will call this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council to order. Today's March 24th, 2020. We will start with our Pledge of Allegiance, please. Call the roll call, please.
Councilmember Jordan?
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon?
Here.
Councilmember Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Present.
And Mayor Maria.
Here. So we have a special format today in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. We're having people call in public comment. In a minute, I'll give Ms. Gorman a chance to explain that. We're keeping social distance here on our dais. Councilmember Michael Jordan is in the room, just in another spot, keeping his distance, and Ms. Alejandra Gutierrez is also here. Thank you. Ms. Gorman, can you tell us how public comment will work?
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, the public comment is done telephonically at this meeting. If a person wishes to provide comment for this council meeting, they can call the phone number. It's on the agenda, and that number is 805-564-5301. Leave your name, your return number, and the number of the item you wish to speak on. And please use a landline number to call back if you have one. You'll then be called back during the meeting and you can make your statement then. But if you do not answer the return call, you will lose your opportunity to comment. Again, that number is 805-564-5301.
Thanks, Ms. Gorman. Oscar Gutierrez, you have a question or a comment? Your light's on. By mistake. Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Casey, are there any changes to the agenda today?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we will go to open public comment now. Ms. Gorman, do you know if anyone signed up for Vox Populi?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have 5 members of the public for open public comment, and I can go ahead and have the first person start.
Very good. Everyone gets
Ready.
3 minutes, and we're timing. Thank you.
Okay, first caller, please go ahead and state your name at the beginning of your statement.
Anna Marie Gott. Good afternoon, council members. First, let me tell you that I am thrilled that you are allowing people to call in. I think that this is something that should be a requirement for all meetings moving forward throughout the city. It will give everyone a voice that wants to have a voice at a public meeting, instead of excluding those who cannot take the time out of their day to come to a meeting. The second thing, you have received some emails from me with regards to something that is near and dear to my heart, which is eliminating short-term vacation rentals in the city. We have a substantial number that are now vacant because we do not have tourists coming to the city because of this terrible outbreak. I am really urging you. It has been 5 years this year since we have decided that we are not going to accept short-term vacation rentals in the vast majority of the city. Yet we have hundreds and hundreds of these illegal short-term vacation rentals that have removed housing from our housing market, that have caused nuisances in our neighborhoods, and people who are not paying taxes to the city that are still operating. This is a golden opportunity for you to actually crack down on enforcement, speed up settlement agreements, ensure that these operators are not going to be operating after this virus has been cleared from our cities. This will take time, and it will take your political will to actually direct the city attorney's office to make this a priority. It should be a priority because this represents housing for your workforce. It represents a place where people will be able to move into in a short period of time, because these places right now should be vacant. So I would urge you to actually take action on this now and increase the enforcement, decrease the time for settlement agreements, and try to get covenants that will not permit these owners or future owners from using these homes, which include everything from large apartment buildings to single-family homes as short-term vacation rentals. Thank you very much, and please begin to make decisions quicker and faster for the betterment of our city and for our renters. Thank you.
Very good. Next caller, please, Ms. Clerk.
Next caller, you are ready to speak for the City Council meeting. Please state your name and go ahead.
Looks like we lost someone.
One moment, Mayor. We'll get another person queued up.
Okay. Next person, please.
And we're calling the next person right now.
Oh, you're calling
Yeah.
them. Okay, got it.
Magically downstairs.
Of course. Thanks. Go ahead, please. Oh, not yet. Okay.
Hello, you are going to speak at the Santa Barbara City Council meeting. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and then go ahead and make your comment. Go ahead.
Right now?
Yes.
You ready? Yes. Hi, good afternoon. This is Cass Ensberg calling in, and wishing you all the best and hoping that you're all safe, and thanking all of you for the work that you're doing during this very unpredictable time. I'm here today to represent the AIA Santa Barbara advocacy, and just wanted to very briefly say that we wanted to recognize and thank and support the efforts by planning by Renee Brooke and her group to keep, and how important it is that we keep our processes open in ways that we're doing at this very moment, to allow public comment and to keep our process over at planning and building departments so that projects can continue to be processed and move forward to help us as a community to move forward. So I just wanted to underscore that as we're trying to juggle all these very important and difficult balls in the air. And that's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Very good. We'll close that comment and go ahead.
Hi, you've reached the Santa Barbara City Council meeting. Please state your name and state your comment on the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Jacqueline Inda, Mayor, Council. We're here as a part of the Resilience Institute to inform our community of all of the changes that we've done to our community center and our church in order to meet the needs of our communities in the east side and throughout the city. We currently have been doing food distributions in partnership with the food bank. We're lucky that we were able to get a lot of our business partners to step up to the game here and provide support to not only east side families, but people in mobile home parks, people out in the day worker lines, and people out in the community as homeless population individuals, giving them information about keeping distance, keeping healthy, keeping home, and providing them nutritious food. One of our key partners is Buck's Moving Company, Jared's Moving Company as well, and many other local businesses that have stepped up to bring us the food here in order for us to be able to do the distribution. I'd like to ask that our city council consider opening up locations on each one of your districts to give information about updates and what's going on with the city, so that as people come to these kinds of centers to get relief, that they're getting updated information from their district representatives. A lot of the people that are coming into our center are about 200, 300 strong every single day, and currently have received basically no information, and that partnership with our district representatives is very crucial right now because it makes us feel home. It makes us feel like a community. So I request respectfully that all of the district representatives take this opportunity to build union within their districts, to make that connection within their communities, and to let those individuals know that live there, that work there, that have businesses there, that you are there for them, and that you will continue to be there for them throughout this crisis. I thank you for this opportunity. I also want to give great thanks to Buck's Movers, to Jared, and to all of the different businesses who have stepped up to support this effort, because we would not be able to do these distributions if it wasn't for those companies who stepped up to go to the food banks, pick up the nutritious food, and bring it here so we could sort it. We also have at least 20 to 30 volunteers here on a daily basis, working 14 to 15 hours a day getting that information out to the community. So we really hope that you build partnership with us in this movement forward until this crisis is over. Thank you.
Ms. Zinda, very good. Thank you. We'll move on to the next public speaker, if they're on the phone.
Madam Mayor, I believe that is the end. We had two callers one caller did not pick up after several return calls, and the others gave the same number as Ms. Inda, so I believe we can move on.
We'll close public comment. Ms. Gorman, thank you. We'll go to the consent calendar. Is there an item to read there?
Yes, Madam Mayor, on the consent calendar, item number 1, proposed assignment of lease agreement number 23328, Chuck's Waterfront Grill and Endless Summer Bar and Cafe, and no ordinance or resolution to read. We're done.
Mr. Casey, you have a comment? No, we have a...
No, Madam Mayor, we have one public comment on this item.
Okay. So to describe the process for the public, someone in City TV, which is in the basement, is making these calls and then transferring them up here to our system.
Madam Mayor, that is correct, and our person who had requested to speak on this item has not picked up the phone, and we have attempted to call them twice.
Has not picked up the phone, okay. So do I have a motion on the consent calendar item?
Second.
Thanks. That was Friedman, Sneddon. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Passed unanimously. Consent calendar, we will move on, is done. We'll move on to item number 4. Ms. Clerk.
Item 4, an uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara enacting a temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19. Recommendation the Council introduce and adopt by at least 5 affirmative votes after reading in full an uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara enacting a temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19.
Very good. This is Mr. Kalan starting us off on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before I begin, I want to thank two lawyers in town and Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. Betty Jeppesen took the time to review the ordinance and comment on it. Ms. Jeppesen is a well-regarded lawyer in town and the president of the board of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. In addition, Mr. Ramon Gupta of Mullen and Henzel took the time to read the ordinance, and he identified some significant typographical errors that Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon also called out. So I want to clean those up before I begin. If you turn to page 2 of the ordinance, you'll see section.
I noticed your typos too. I was hoping you would get to them.
Thank you. Well,
Okay.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the important thing about typos is correcting them.
Yes,
so
sir.
I appreciate the help.
You're welcome.
Just to understand the structure of the ordinance before I begin, Section 2 is devoted to residential tenancies. Section 3 is devoted to commercial tenancies. The errors are in Section 3 related to commercial tenancies. You will see in the second to last line of Section 3A a reference to significant negative change to their household financial condition. That is the standard for residential tenancies. It should read instead, both in paragraphs 3A and 3B, unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions. That's the appropriate legal standard in the ordinance for commercial. And then likewise on page 3 in section C, the word residential in the first line should be commercial. And it's probably appropriate to start with thanks to
Mr. Kalan, I had another
thank you, Mayor.
typo. On page 1, section 1, the very first paragraph, it says in the second sentence, notwithstanding the and any. I think you need to choose one or the other, right? Notwithstanding any preemptive or restrictive provision?
strike any, Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, strike any. Okay. Did we all get that? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, let's go to the slides. Last week, the council asked that we prepare an ordinance that would address residential and commercial evictions during the COVID crisis. The background is worth walking through just so we have our timeline straight. And the timeline has been extremely fast. It was only 2 weeks ago, this upcoming Thursday, that the county declared a local emergency, and the county public health officials issued orders related to that emergency. Last Monday, the governor got around to addressing the parts of state law that preempt cities from doing what you're trying to do today, which is altering the notice of eviction processes that are in the state civil code. Then on the 17th last week, the council declared its own local emergency, and you took the then extraordinary action of closing most large gathering places, including bars and restaurants and other bigger facilities like theaters. Finally, last week, you asked that we come back with an ordinance today. We had requested that the council do this by ordinance rather than by emergency order, in order, one, to give us time to think it through, and two, to create something that we were confident would be enforceable separate and apart from the public health officer. So with that background, what does this ordinance do? The ordinance would let residential and commercial tenants protect themselves from eviction only for non-payment of rent. And they do that by sending a notice to the property owner or landlord within 20 days after the lease or rent payment is due. In addition, the ordinance attempts to create some safeguards to protect the commercial landlords or property owners from losses. one of the difficulties of entertaining action at this point in time is the uncertainty, both for property owners and for tenants. And so we tried to draw some balance there. That first bullet, though, limiting the protections to eviction for non-payment of rent, comes straight out of the governor's order. So the governor has conditioned his suspension of state preemption. And the condition on that is you can only do it for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19. So the ordinance works by allowing the tenant to send notice within 20 days of when the rent is due. That 20 days is important because today is March 24th. Many of the emergency proclamations or mayoral orders that established eviction controls last week related back 30 days. And it appeared the intent of those orders was to allow tenants to claim non-payment of March rent as a result of COVID-19. In our situation, given the date of the council's action, it did not seem to make sense to extend non-payment back to March 1st. In most instances, tenants will have paid that rent or not prior to the existence of the emergency. So we used a 20-day period. As a practical matter, because the governor's lifting of state preemption expires on May 31st, this ordinance would provide 2 months of rent relief unless the city council takes action between now and May 31 to extend it further. I'm belaboring that here because that 20 days is really important in terms of letting property owners know that they're exposed to only 2 months of non-payment of rent. So the notice has to include facts and documents that show, in the case of residents, a significant negative change to their household financial condition. We'll talk about what that means. You can pick whatever term you want. I just use that phrase to define the term. Likewise, for commercial, the standard is an unforeseeable emergency commercial condition. So what do those mean? The governor's executive order stated that it had to be the result, the inability to pay had to be the result of a substantial decrease in household income arising from COVID. So on the slide, you'll see the 5 examples that are listed as examples, and they include things like being sick yourself, losing work or hours as a result of COVID, the cost of child care arising from COVID, or needing to stay home because of a government order. So what would happen is that the tenant, by April 21st, would need to send by mail or email a notice to their property owner or landlord that said, I can't pay all or part of my rent for these reasons, and they would include documentation, a layoff notice, medical bills, medical records, anything along those lines. Throughout drafting this, the balance we tried to strike was between simplicity and fairness. And the idea of the notice, and here's the standard, by the way, for commercial conditions. It's much more general because I didn't think that businesses would need as much help as the average residential tenant in understanding what kinds of evidence they needed to produce to qualify for deferral of their rent. So the business standard is very general, could be modified. I noted in the report, and I'll note here, that Ms. Jeppesen suggested that for businesses it should be a 30% decrease in business income rather than substantial. So there are lots of ways to define the nature of the harm that has to happen before rent can be deferred. The ordinance makes an effort to balance competing interests, and that should be a familiar process for the council because you do that every week. Here, What the ordinance tries to do is create interlocking rights and duties for both the property owners and the tenants. And it works this way. The ordinance is designed to protect the tenants from evictions when they can't pay through no fault of their own. By the same token, the ordinance is designed to protect property owners from fraud. You don't want to create a situation where we have a citywide rent holiday. There are many of us who can fully afford to pay our rent, and the ordinance should be designed to protect property owners from fraudulent efforts by those people to get a rent holiday. So we tried to do that. You can judge how effective we were. So first of all, the ordinance creates a duty on the part of the tenant, and that's the notification duty. The notification, what's different from some of the other efforts we've seen around the state, is that this notification, first the tenant has to say how much rent they can't afford to pay. Now, it might be all, but in many instances, they may ask for less than 100% of their rent to be deferred, mindful that they have to pay this back down the road. Secondly, the notice duty includes an obligation to provide documentation that establishes the hardship. By putting a number out there, the tenant really is inviting dialogue with the owner, and I imagine that dialogue would be more important for smaller owners than for big corporate interests. I imagine it this way, that the larger property owners who may have dozens or hundreds of units under their control have the in-house lawyers, property agents, and other staff to have these one-on-one communications with tenants. Smaller property owners may have a harder time. So the simplicity in the ordinance benefits not only tenants, but also the smaller property owners who might not have a legion of staff that can do this work for them. Let me put it another way. The big companies are very familiar with what we would call a workout in the real estate world, meaning recovering from a default event. The smaller owners are less familiar with that, so the provisions about repayment and how that's all going to work are intended to benefit somebody who may not be a major corporation. The next step in the ordinance is to blend both the tenant's rights and the owner's duty. Once the owner receives that notice from the tenant, they have an automatic duty not to evict the tenant, and they have an automatic duty to honor that rent deferral. It's important that, and we discussed this in the office, whether we should allow some discretion for owners to filter out what might not be truthful claims for rent deferral. On balance, we thought that having certainty that when you deliver that notice was a better approach, and we did not leave the owners without remedies. We'll talk about those. So the owner's remedies or rights are laid out in a number of places in the ordinance, and I wanted to walk through those, knowing that the tenant's basic right is to send a notice, get rent deferral, and protection from eviction for a couple of months. The owner's rights, number one, this is not a rent waiver, this is a deferral. The ordinance is explicit that the act of deferring rent creates a debt on the part of the tenant that must be repaid. In this draft, must be repaid within 6 months of the termination of the emergency ordinance. So 6 months after May 31 in this draft. Secondly, at the suggestion of the Rental Property Association, the ordinance specifies that the repay by the tenant has to be monthly. So after May 31, there would be 6 months of payments to repay 2 months' rent. That's important to understand because it gives you an idea of the extra burden on tenants. Over 6 months, if you defer 2 months' rent, they'll be paying an extra 1/3 per month. And that's important because I said last time, and really more of a quip than a statement of fact, that the longer the repayment period goes, the less likely the money is to be repaid. I've been told by the property owners that's true, but I haven't independently verified it. So the important part of this section of the ordinance creating owners' rights is that it creates a payback mechanism for the owners that they can use without necessarily having to do an unlawful detainer to evict a tenant. The ordinance forbids owners from charging late fees on the back rent payments, but in order to keep some integrity in the process, the late fees can't be paid as long as those 6 monthly payments are made in a timely manner. In other words, if a tenant doesn't pay back the debt, the ordinance allows the owner to seek whatever remedies are available in court. And again, that's trying to create pressure, if you will, on the tenants to live up to the repayment. Additional owners' rights. The 6-month period goes away if the tenant terminates the tenancy. So let's say that after May 31, the council chooses not to extend the ordinance, and come August, the tenant wants to move out. At that point, the 6-month period for repaying would terminate, and the tenant would have to repay the full amount that they had deferred. I could not think of a mechanism for property owners to effectively recover that deferred rent if a tenant had moved and gone. So I felt like it was important to include that remedy in the ordinance. Again, if you look at this as trying to promote stability in a time of crisis, there is some good sense in giving tenants incentive to stay where they are if that's an opportunity for them. So what's the rationale? Why do you do this? The factual basis is that we know that many tenants have or will be experiencing dramatic reductions in their income as a result of COVID-19. Evictions resulting from that, certainly on the residential side, are going to cause sick people to be on the street. That is not in the interest of the community's public health. Regardless of what the council does today, we know that many residential and commercial tenants aren't going to be able to make the rent in April. It's just a hard fact. The proposed ordinance creates a legal structure to deal with what I think will be mass non-payment. And in that sense, the legal structure is intended to try and mitigate the burden on owners by creating a structure for temporary forgiveness of rent with a repayment plan. The alternative would be owners attempting after April 1st to serve 3-day notices to quit and then pursue unlawful detainer actions in court. I question how good a remedy that is for owners, given that the courts are currently closed. We don't know exactly what kind of schedule they will have. Unlawful detainer is meant to be a very expedited remedy to recover the property quickly. And with that not being available, it seemed important to create local remedies for property owners. Lastly, short-term emergency economic regulations are well within the city's police power, and the governor has suspended state preemption on your ability to regulate the timing of eviction notices, and that's primarily what you're doing, saying that eviction notices can't be served for 60 days. You already have the power to regulate the reasons for eviction, and that will be expressed in whatever just cause actions you take in the future. I'm happy to answer questions.
Ms. Harmon has the first question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Klon. I know this was a challenge to put together so quickly, and particularly I appreciate your suggestion that we take a week, because my thinking has evolved on certain parts of this. So I have sort of a big question, I guess, that I want to put to you. I know that we are sensitive to unknowingly or knowingly, I guess, legislating a taking. And that's part of why initially we had thought about putting in a repayment period. But this is the area where my thinking has evolved, and I'm wondering if we are able to take that out. Could we have an ordinance legally that says in this moment what we are doing is saying no evictions during this period? That's what we're doing. That's what this emergency piece is about. And the longer term solutions we will look at down the road. It's still not a waiver. It's still, I guess, in theory, a deferral. I'm just wondering about the legality of that from the takings perspective.
Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I think that as long as you say clearly that the deferred rent during the non-eviction period remains the debt of the tenant, you're not facing a taking question yet. I say yet because emergency regulations become more difficult to defend as time goes on. So 2 months, yeah, easy. 6, maybe. A year, it's getting hard.
Okay, thank you. And my only other question is, were we to consider treating the residential piece and the commercial piece differently? Is that something that would be legally acceptable? Or do we need to treat all tenants the same? I'm just curious about that.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, we put the ordinance in 2 sections, so it would be modular in the event you chose to treat commercial differently. So yes, you can remove commercial or residential and treat one or the other.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, I think you got my attention before Mr. Friedman, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Colon, I'll also admit that I've thought about this over a week too, and probably have gotten a little more broader or looking at it from a top down than specifically what the direction was last week. So I'll apologize though, because I want to ask some questions specific to what you put in front of us today, but I'm also interested in exactly what Ms. Harmon was talking about earlier too. So on the look back time, why wouldn't 5 days after rent is due accomplish the same thing? Why are we putting the landlords in particular in a position of not knowing for 3 weeks into a rent period they have this area of fluctuation?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, all I knew was that 30 days was too long. Okay. 20 is an option, 5 is acceptable, it's up to the council. Ms. Jeppesen requested 5 days to provide some certainty. The only comment I would make is we're going to need to get a lot of information out to a lot of scared, unsophisticated people, and 5 days felt a little tight.
Particularly in the first month, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on the slide and the part of the ordinance that talks about documentation or evidence, so you actually put up some examples up there that weren't the wording in the ordinance, which makes sense to me, but we're already, as you said, talking about people who aren't necessarily sophisticated with what that means. I know for a fact that some layoffs have occurred just because employees have shown up and there's been a note on the door that we're closed. There's no notice per se. So if that was the format, how do you handle that situation? Or what just happens if you're my tenant and I'm your landlord and I don't agree that you've met the paragraph of the way the paragraph is written, and I say you don't get this consideration?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, the ordinance is set up to pressure tenants to be honest and landlords to be gentle. And the gentle part is that the landlord doesn't have the discretion to second guess the validity of the tenant's notice by themselves. So we did 2 things. One, if the landlord doesn't believe the tenant, they can attempt to evict anyway. What we've done is create the affirmative defense for the tenant that the non-payment is due to COVID-19. If the tenant's documentation doesn't support that, the landlord can protect him or herself by trying to evict the tenant. Under the ordinance, the tenant bears the burden of demonstrating their entitlement to the affirmative defense. So the tenant bears the burden in court of showing the significant negative impact on their household income. By putting the downstream burden on the tenant, you take away their incentive to lie by requiring the landlord to give the rent deferral and refrain from evicting. Once they get the notice, regardless whether it's true or not, you provide stability for the tenant. So that's the way it's meant to be tested out.
My flip back to that would be the people that are most at risk in this scenario would be the least likely to be able to follow that process, to be able to have that phrase that you used as protection, to go to court, to pursue that. The people that are most at risk would just be out.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that's a legislative finding you'll need to make on your own. I can't say that. The concern that we had in drafting, and we means me and a couple other lawyers in the office, is that the council did not want to declare a citywide rent holiday. So there has to be some qualification mechanism.
Yep, so I understand. It's just, and then the part that has to do with the monthly payback. So you also then, so it's written up there vaguely, but then you gave an example of how it would work with that math. So I don't understand. So if I'm your tenant and I say, well, the monthly payback is 6 months for $1,200, I just want to pay $100 for a couple months and then $500 and then $1,000 at the last month. Is that in alignment with what I'm able to do based on the ordinance? I just, do we, if it's 6 months, would it just not be safer to say 1/6 of what you owe as a minimum every month?
It would be, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, it would be more clear and easier to apply. We did not do that to leave some room for tenants and owners to work it out themselves.
Okay, and then last question, if this thing just continues down to the horizon, the situation we're in, does the preemption allowed by the governor expire right now on the 31st, and we could not continue an ordinance like this past that time without the governor also extending his allowance?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, that would be my advice at that time. Yes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Before we move on to Mr. Friedman, so your question about within 20 days, it's within 20 days. So someone could talk to their landlord or their landlord could talk to their tenant at the 5-day period. And that's probably what's going to happen.
I guess
Go ahead.
To comment back to that, what I'm linking that to is generally my limited experience this far back in my life was that probably you have a 5, maybe a 10-day grace period on your rent before you're really in trouble. And linking it to that, I mean, that to me was a logical link to me, not to just come up with 3 weeks, but just to say, if I can't make my rent, when am I really in trouble? Is it that 5 days? Is it that 10 days? And to pick a number in that range.
Okay. Mr. Friedman and then Ms. Snedden.
Thank you. I, as well, over the last week have, appreciate my two colleagues, come to a lot of the same questions and have evolved my thinking and over this on how we can protect our tenants, but also not put an undue on the landlords when they also have expenses that are coming up that could put both of them at risk if there was, say, defaults or something like that. But I do have a couple of questions, and again, my train of thinking goes into unintended consequences. But the first is, if we weren't to do an ordinance on the commercial side, could we do a retroactive ordinance if we were to kind of wait and see and do a retroactive ordinance based on if there was evictions or something to that nature?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yes, in the sense that let's say April 1st comes and passes and property owners are not treating commercial tenants in a way that council's comfortable with, you could enact an ordinance at a later date that would relate back to April 1. So it wouldn't be retroactive, but it would allow, again, a 20 or 25-day notice period back to April 1. So yes, you can do that.
Okay. And then going back to the question about the payment period and removing a payment period. So the county earlier today, as I understand it, passed their own ordinance for both commercial and residential. And in their section, in their ordinance, they have under Section D, and it's Section 44-7D, as in David. This is what they put, and I wanted to see if this could cover us if we were to go down that path. Nothing in this ordinance shall relieve a tenant of the obligation to pay rent, nor restrict a landlord's ability to recover due rent. If we had a phrase like that, would that help with the takings that you were referencing earlier?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, as I responded to Councilmember Harmon, yes.
Okay. And then, should we do an ordinance today? The current draft that we do have the issue of late fees. If we were to remove the payback period, could we still keep any late fees for these 2 months, any removal of any late fees?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, if you don't make specific repayment rules, you should address whether late fees can be charged, because that will be probably in the first 5 questions from the property owners.
Okay, so late fees would be an issue. And then those are my questions for now. Most are kind of comments, but the late fees and then the removal of the 6 months were in line with Councilwoman Harmon's questioning. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have also, I think many of us have had this sort of evolution of ideas over this week, and I appreciate that we have an ordinance in front of us to look at, to coalesce around. I have a question about privacy of medical and financial information, and you have a reference to it in Section 2B, and it says, except when disclosure is both necessary to enforce the owner's rights under the ordinance and otherwise lawful. Could you explain more about that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, as I mentioned, the ordinance creates an affirmative defense for the tenant, and the tenant then bears the burden of demonstrating the facts that prove that affirmative defense. If the tenant's notice includes personal information, medical, financial, we don't want the landlord to be able to use that information improperly. On the other hand, if it reveals something about the truth of the situation, the owner or landlord should be able to use that in court if needed to protect themselves. So the second clause is meant to create a limited exception when otherwise legally that information could be used in court. Otherwise, the property owner or landlord has a duty to maintain your financial and medical information confidentially.
Thank you. And then there are several cases we've heard of locally where a person goes in, they want to be tested, they want to be confirmed that they have COVID or not, and they are told that they're not in a high priority category, yet they're still ill, they still need to take time off. There wouldn't necessarily be a written proof that it was COVID related. How would that be handled in this situation?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, I believe that Section 4D3, which is the definition of significant negative change to household financial condition, includes compliance with an order or recommendation to self-isolate or quarantine.
So that would need to be in writing or in some.
The order presumably is in writing, and the tenant could offer a written statement that they were home in compliance with that, along with evidence of their not working.
Okay.
May I, the public health officer has stated over and over that if you have any kind of symptoms, you should stay in your home.
So then that would be sufficient for this ordinance to show.
That's what I would show as proof if I were staying home.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then do we have any information on whether mortgage relief is on the way? Or we've had a lot of property owners, small, they own one or two properties. They're not going to get, that they know of, mortgage relief. And I'm wondering if there's any news on that, or how that would, what would a property owner's relief be if for non-payment they weren't able to make their mortgage? What legally do they have?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, I don't know, and that's a significant concern here. The manner in which we attempted to address it is by limiting this to 2 months. So we have a very specific number for owners to grapple with. I'll say again, while it was prudent and we left open the possibility that the council might extend this beyond 2 months, you'll be controlled, A, by the governor's action, and B, we'll need to look at the fairness under the due process fairness under the Fifth Amendment, the protection of a property owner not to have their property taken by the government. We'll need to look hard at that if we need to extend beyond May 31.
Ms. Sneddon and Mr. Kalan, the governor's order talks about protecting renters and forestalling foreclosures, and he had some instructions to the banking industry as well. Does anyone else remember? I remember reading that. We could incorporate the governor's order in this ordinance as part of the protection that what you're talking about.
I don't believe it's in place yet. And I mean, we're not that far. I don't want to get into discussion unless we're there yet, but we're not that far from when we had so many foreclosures based on the finances of the larger economy. And I think we're heading toward that. I mean, I can say this for discussion, but I'm concerned without that formally in place. And I think we're getting conflicting messaging from the president and the governor and Mr. Klon.
Madam Mayor, the governor's executive order, I'm talking about N 2820, made a reference to mortgages that I've read about 100 times and I don't understand. I think it's intended to provide relief, but I don't think it does. So in direct answer, I would say there's no relief for mortgagors at this point.
At this time, thank you. And then one more question. Could, we haven't talked about the use of deposit. I mean, usually when you're renting, you put in first, last, and a deposit. Is there some way that that could be drawn down in lieu of while the repayment? I mean, the structure of deposit, it's not supposed to be touched, and it's supposed to be in an escrow account separately and not used. But if it were needed to be used to make a mortgage payment and drawn down first and then replenished later with this repayment time, and 6 months to me seems long, 3 months seems the outside of what I would consider actually recoverable, but could you speak to whether deposits or last month's rent could be used toward this?
Well, the deposit, at least a portion of it, certainly is security for that last month's rent and could be applied. But again, what the ordinance was trying to do is eliminate the need for an unlawful detainer action to get at that money. I have not explored whether we can undo the portion of state law that relates to deposits. I think we can, and I'd be happy to look at that further if council wishes.
I think that might offer another just cash flow ability for owners, property owners, to be able to pay that mortgage and sort of using as collateral the future repayment of the rent from renters. I think that's all for now. I had one further question, but I'll save it.
Well, I know we're going to have we're going to go to Ms. Gutierrez in a second, but we'll have public comment, and someone will tell us if that deposit could be used by the renter to pay their rent, or by the, as you're suggesting, the property owner to pay their mortgage. So those of you who are listening, if you have any thoughts on that, please be ready to let us know. Ms. Gutierrez, you have questions for Mr. Kalan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. My question goes back on the proper documentation. Mr. Jordan asked a really good question. Some workers are not going to have proper documentation, meaning a lot of them will just get that notice in the door or a text from their boss saying, don't come to work. Can they use pictures as, for example, they went to work and they took a picture of the notice, or, a screenshot of that text? And I'm thinking of the workers that work in landscaping or in the kitchen, or, they're the dishwasher and they got a phone call from one of the bussers saying, hey man, don't come to work. Can you give me more details on what proper documentation would look like in court? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Council Member Alejandra Gutierrez, yes, a photograph of a layoff notice would work. Any kind of written documentation that tends to prove you're out of work because of, or unable, any documentation that shows a substantial reduction in your household income, it doesn't just mean your income, it means your household income as a result of COVID, is good enough. It may be a photograph of a layoff notice, it might be a letter from your boss, it might be a medical bill. Rather than specifying a list, and this may have been what Councilmember Jordan was suggesting, I've approached it by drafting a set of frequently asked questions that are being translated now into Spanish that we intend to post tomorrow if the council acts, that give a little bit more flesh to the definition of what ought to be provided. But the intention is to be expansive. We're not trying to create roadblocks for the tenants, but we're trying to protect the owner from fraud.
And the reason that I'm asking is because I know that during the mudslide, a lot of grants were asking for that proper documentation, and a lot of owners or, the head bosses didn't want to give that letter for whatever reasons, but they were able to get a letter from their supervisor instead of from the person that owns the company. Would that also be okay?
It would ultimately be up to a judge, but yes, anything that tends to show that they were suffering a reduction in household income because of COVID is good enough.
And then my second question, and I wasn't clear, I was trying to pay attention to everybody's question, but what would be a timely manner to repay rent? I know you mentioned in a timely manner, but what does that exactly look like?
So Councilmember Jordan touched on the same question. The way I envisioned it, it would be paid within 6 months as timely. So what I was imagining is that the tenant does not pay within 6 months. The owner needs to collect that debt, and they may have available to them interest under state law or some other kind of penalty charges. Seemed to me that once the 6 months had passed, it was fair to have some incentive for repayment by the tenant. And as I mentioned earlier, the context for that thinking was a direct request from the Rental Property Association to add a 5% interest charge, and the answer was no. But if it's not paid in a timely way, if the law allows you interest or penalties, you can go try and get that. So the city is not creating any late penalty or charge or interest, but nor would you be forbidding the landlord from seeking that if it was otherwise available.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Gutierrez, unless you do. You want to go last? Okay. So I'm trying to understand the difference between the ordinance including 6 months to pay it back or not. Then how would it be repaid? What's the benefit of it? I thought that would be an assurance for the property owner that it would get paid back in 6 months.
Madam Mayor, the 6 months was there because we felt that a repayment period was necessary to add some clarity, and we added monthly at the request of the Rental Property Association. So I was trying to have a simple mechanism to get landlords repaid. If you can eliminate that and simply make it a debt, the risk of doing that is come June 1st, the landlords will have the right to evict for non-payment of rent, and the tenants will have no defense. So it's a balancing decision for you.
Okay, so that is one thing we'll take up apparently. And then my other question would be to Mr. Casey or Ms. Doubles, I see in the audience. Could the rental housing mediation program help? And I don't say people are unsophisticated. I say that they need help to understand what's going on. And would our staff be able to interpret these, the situation, the remedies for renters who need help?
Madam Mayor, yes, they would definitely be able to assist in those issues for sure. Our staff has already read over the ordinance and is prepared.
Because as Ms. Gutierrez points out, some people might need help gathering the documentation that they need to present to the property owners. And we have bilingual staff, of course.
Correct.
Okay. So that's it for my questions, and we're going to go to public comment. And I understand, were there any other, Mr. Jordan and then Ms. Gutierrez again?
Sorry, I just had one more, and that was an ordinance like this would also apply to city tenants in commercial properties?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you have a comment? Mr. Gutierrez said no. So, okay. So at last count, we had 21 people that wanted to comment. And thanks, everyone, for your patience as we get people on the phone and get them queued up.
You're sure.
We'll go to public comment.
Okay, you are ready to speak to the City Council. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and then go ahead and make your comment. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Colin Service. I'm a manager for apartments. I had a quick comment. First, I wanted to thank the City Council for addressing this, that something needed to be done, as in we're having a lot of tenants facing financial pain. My first problem with this, though, is that it's not spreading the pain around per se. It's more kicking the can down the road and making the tenants take basically all of it, unless they're bad tenants, in which case then it gets all shuttled to owners. The other thing is it isn't addressing at all what happens with banks. For example, it would be nice to see this paired with a mortgage deferment provision for owners in the event that X percentage or more of the income of the owners is not received, and therefore that would kick in an automatic deferment for owners. The other part for tenants, because they're being asked to basically shoulder all the burden of this economic pain, is who's notifying them? Because if they're not being notified, then they don't act and they don't trigger something that they actually need. On the owner side of things, I find the ordinance is too broad. It seems to me that this is going to de facto wind up being a complete rental holiday for the whole city if people were actually to know that the ordinance exists, because Section 4D3, C, and E basically cover pretty much everyone in the entire city, because everyone is already under the stay-at-home ordinance under C, and there are an awful lot of people with E, which is child or children at home. Also, for a rent holiday of 2 months, as mentioned before, that makes it that someone who has their rent moved for 2 months is then paying 1 1/3 of their normal rent. That's a hell of a kick of an increase. I agree with what's being said about if it isn't paid back within 6 months, then it starts becoming a problem for owners. For our own position, I wouldn't like to see it made as something mandatory for owners, but we were actually considering trying to share some of the financial pain with our tenants by actually reducing some of the rent for the tenants who've lost jobs within this coming month. However, we're going to get hamstrung if we're having to anticipate having our entire
Sir,
income
your time is up.
for
If
this
you
month.
would finish your thought, please.
Okay. We may have to actually hamstring some of our own voluntary efforts, because may have to anticipate a larger reduction in our rental income for the next 2 months and weather that. But I guess we'll handle that as can be. Anyhow, one other
Very
thing
good.
is
I'm sorry,
social overlap.
your time is up, and I would ask other people who are waiting on the line, if you have a phone that has a timer, go ahead and time yourself as well. We need clock discipline. And so we'll go to the next speaker, please.
Hello, you're ready to speak the City Council meeting. Please state your name and then read your comment. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Julia Mayer from Food Coffee Roasters in downtown Santa Barbara. Thank you guys so much for letting me participate. I appreciate your efforts, and I do have a couple comments about what I just heard. Firstly, I'm only going to be speaking to commercial real estate components, and from what I can see, our sales are not going to stabilize for quite a long while, as all of our Santa Barbara small businesses do require society to essentially return to a normal function before we will see a stability in any way. And your small businesses can't pay 30% higher rent, which would be essentially the repayment of April and May, while we restabilize our businesses for our employees and so on, with also lower sales. We do need to work with our landlords, because I see this as an absolute partnership. Some of my landlords have been my landlords for 11 years, with the city's help to have this relief. We are cooperating with this mandate, but under this plan that you just put forth, we are squeezed between the leases and the city's orders. And this ordinance doesn't encourage landlords to work with us. It actually just insulates everyone from the hardship except your small businesses. Like I said, we need to work with our landlords, but the city needs to advocate for businesses' needs too, which I'm not speaking in hyperbole when I say right now you are debating a future downtown depression, you're debating homelessness, and you're debating a grave loss of tax income for the city as your businesses shutter. For myself, my rent burden is above $35,000 a month, and I believe and I'm asking that the city ask and find creative solutions to entice your landlords for breaks. Why is the city not considering tax credits to landlords who help their small businesses shoulder this burden? Any leadership and advocacy for our small businesses is going to mean less fallout. I would urge you to take advantage of your small business owners who are here today before you pass this ordinance. You have a responsibility to your landlords, but you have a big responsibility to your business community. And this ordinance puts all of the burden on your small businesses when this should be shouldered across the board by everyone. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for hearing me.
Very good. Next caller.
Hello, speaker. Hello, speaker. You're ready to speak to the City Council. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and then go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jim Carboni. And to start off, I'd just like to introduce that I am speaking relative to the residential side of this problem. So thank you for this opportunity to share my perspective with you. This pandemic has clearly created a terrible crisis, and my heart goes out to all those affected. I myself have a family member in the hospital on a ventilator, currently fighting for their life, and frankly, providing public input is really not where I want to spend my time right now. My fundamental concern with this proposal that is being considered is, why should landlords be singled out to bear the responsibility for those impacted financially by this pandemic? This is where the government needs to step in and assist so the burden is shared equally by everyone. My wife and I are retired and derive the majority of our income we need from a couple of residential units we own here in town. We cannot apply for unemployment insurance or any other financial assistance, as many can. This is true for many landlords in this town. This proposal being considered would put an undue hardship on us as being singled out as landowners, while other businesses that provide equally essential services like food, utilities, car loans, etc., have no similar burden. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that we would ever be able to recover the lost income. In fact, it's probably highly unlikely we ever would. We are not looking to evict tenants. The reality of this situation is that even if we did, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to find new tenants. So we want it all, under all possible scenarios, to keep our tenants. What we are very concerned about is the City of Santa Barbara sending a message to the community that if you have trouble paying your bills, you can use your landlords as a bank to provide interest-free loans, and this is exactly what a number of people will do. The focus of this proposal assumes that all tenants have barely enough money to pay their rent and food and have no savings or other assets they can access. This is not true for many residents in the city, while it may be for a number of them. The 30% threshold alone fails to consider this. If enacted, the proposed ordinance should also include a rent-to-income threshold and have a provision to ensure that if a tenant does not pay their rent, they can only purchase essential services that are required until the rent is repaid. And they must utilize their own savings for before stopping rent payments. Landlords do not have limitless funds, and in fact are no different than any other small business in that landlords rely on continuous income to survive. At least many of us do. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to provide input and respectfully request that you consider the impact of people like my wife and I as you take up this issue. People need help now, but the answer should not single out one demographic in the process. Thank you.
Very good. You can go to the next person whenever you're ready.
Hello, you're ready to speak to the City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and then read your comment. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. This is Rob Fredericks with the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara, and good afternoon, Mayor Murillo and City Council members. I want to thank you all for taking up this urgent matter today for consideration. I believe this emergency ordinance is essential to pass to protect residential and commercial renters, and I believe it's been drafted in a way that creates equity between landlords and renters. Just so you know, in one day last week, we received more requests at the Housing Authority for income redeterminations for rent reductions due to a loss of income than we received in a 3-month period, and they're continuing to roll in. So the need is out there, and I also want to say I really appreciate the City Attorney's Office working with the Rental Property Owners Association, all of the landlords in our community, residential landlords. Many of them are our clients and constituents as well, and taking their feedback is really important. I do think the 20-day look back is a good compromise, and the 6-month payback period is reasonable as well. I do want to take this final opportunity to, before I hang up, to let you all know that our Section 8 housing assistance payments are continuing. monthly to landlords on time. We have over 500 landlords serving 2,100 clients in the community, paying the majority of their rent, and those payments are going to continue on time. So thank you very much for taking time to hear my comments.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, you're ready to speak at the City Council meeting. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and then go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Anna Marie Gott. I just have to say that I want to remind everyone that they've done studies that 50% of Americans do not have $400 in their bank account for an unexpected problem. And we are facing an unmitigated disaster here in the city of Santa Barbara with regards to the number of low-income residents that we have, the number of individuals who will not be able to document their income because much of it is under the table, individuals who will have a substantial language barrier and will not be informed before the due date, which is under discussion. I really do think that the City Council should do a number of things. The first is, before court, there should be a requirement, as Mayor Murillo actually kind of alluded to, with everyone going to the rental housing mediation. I think that that would really help a lot of individuals. The next thing, a 30% decline in income is too large. Any decline in income, really should be the benchmark. 30% is just unreasonable. With regards to the property owners, I really do feel that the onus needs to be on them to reach out to the renters first. They are going to be worried about their mortgages. They are going to be worried about rents. They actually will be the first people that are going to be able to start communicating with the vast number of renters that we have. The next question is, who exactly is going to be evicted? There are many residents who actually have one person on the lease, but there are multiple tenants within that apartment. Are we going to include roommates who are paying rent? That is something that we really need to think about because I don't think that we are properly reviewing this. The next is, shouldn't we also include all pending evictions? We don't want anyone out on the street right now. We also need to make sure that no one is misinforming or harassing our renters, and we need to include in this ordinance a steep fine for anyone who actually pushes someone out of a home right now. Finally, there are a number of issues that I think that people just are not understanding, which is this is not going to be a short-term problem. It's going to be a long-term problem. And we haven't even begun to address the issue of unpaid rent and
Ms. Scott, your time is up. Thank you. We understand long-term goal, long-term effects. Thank you. Next person.
Hello, you've reached the City Council meeting. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and then read your comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Betty Jefferson, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate the care that's gone into drafting the proposed ordinance, and I thank the City Attorney Ariel Calan for the opportunity to give input on behalf of myself and the organization. I believe that a clarification would be helpful with respect to the documentation mentioned on page 2, item B. What qualifies as documentation to demonstrate a significant negative change to the household financial condition? Good examples have been given, but I think a list might be helpful. And with respect to Madam Mayor's question regarding security deposits, it is the intent of Civil Code Section 1950.5 that money be security for the last month's rent, as City Attorney Colon said, and also for cleaning and damages. If you wish to touch that in order for a repayment of the rent, it should coincide with a replenishment before the last month of tenancy. Otherwise, I don't think it would be equitable to do so. As you make your decision today, please consider that the landlord's expenses are not going away. The county cannot extend the April 10 due date for the property tax payments. I've read the same governor's order as City Attorney Colon and have difficulty understanding it. What it says is simply that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have stated that loan servicers could suspend payments for a time. No time is specified and no mention of that fact that they must do so. So landlords are still responsible for that mortgage payment, tenant utilities, property manager, gardener, and maintenance duties. Governor Newsom did issue a press release yesterday stating that California awards $100 million to cities, counties, and continuums of care to help people experiencing homelessness during the COVID-19 pandemic. So consideration should be given to the establishment of a public fund to which tenants could apply for assistance in their payment of rent, rather than to put the burden entirely on the private landlords who are not being offered financial assistance with their expenses. Thank you very much for your listening to me and my comments. I appreciate all your efforts today.
Very good. Let's see if we have another person ready.
Hello, you've reached the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and make your comment.
Jim Cannell. Am I going to read my comments right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'm not live then.
You
yes,
are
sir,
live,
you're
Mr.
live.
Cannell. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, this is Jim Cannell, and I don't know if any of you have had my information that I passed along this morning with respect to the emails that I have written to you in the past, but I wanted to focus on, I could spend a half hour on dealing with the issues that are being presented.
The City Council meeting, please state your name and read your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Jim Cannell, and I just want to, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you may wish to mute what you're listening to, the stream or the TV.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Jim Cannell. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. I don't know if any of you have gotten the emails that I've been writing to each of you regarding the situation, but I think I want to start off by saying that the ordinance that has been presented, it really tries to wrap up residential and commercial properties as one entity. In reality, they're two entities. You can't have a document that covers two entities that are completely different demographics and completely different setups. Most of the residential leases are month-to-month. Most of the commercial leases are long-term leases, anywhere from 1 to 20 years and longer. To try and legislate that by one document is significantly different. The other difference is that business tenants make an investment in their space. They're not going anywhere. And sometimes that investment is hundreds and thousands of dollars, up to millions of dollars, depending on the type of tenancy. To think that a tenant's going to walk away from a space is not correct. I also wanted to mention that I agree with some of the past callers that we have a crisis. It's not a landlord crisis, and it's not a tenant crisis. It's an economic crisis. You have taken away my ability to deal with my tenants in the best way that I can. You are offering something that I think is creating a debt load for every individual commercial tenant. You're adding rent for 2 months or 3 months or whatever the case may be,
And a lot of them aren't going to see any sort of rebound in the economy. People are not going to come back in the droves that we think they are so that they can pay this back. So you're creating a debt load that'll be worse than it is today. When I approached my tenants, and we started approaching them last week when this crisis really escalated, we made a proposal that was very, very attractive. And some of you city council members know what that is. But now, if this goes in, you've taken away my incentive. The other thing is that with respect to not paying debt service to my lenders may not, it'll take them a couple months for them to file foreclosure, but in the meantime, I will receive economic damage by the fact that they will charge me late fees because there's no abeyance on late fees on a defaulted mortgage. So that's 2 months worth of late fees. But worse yet, they're going to hit my credit report by the fact that I have a default. How do you protect me against that? I don't understand how you could...
Mr. Cannell, I gave you a little extra time because you were having technical difficulties on your side. We did see your emails, and we got your information. So thank you for your testimony, sir. Next caller, when they're ready.
I just want my question.
Hello, you've reached the council meeting. You're ready to speak live. Please say your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. You may speak.
The local government is going to provide to more than 25,000 documents who run the economy of the environment and also protect this working community during this crisis.
Please continue. Did you have more to say?
No, just 2 questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're not answering questions right now, but if you restate it, we'll try to get you an answer at the end of public comment. We have a bad connection with you. Ask your question again.
Okay, what are the resources that the local government is going to provide to 25?
You know, we're not understanding you, sir. Maybe someone from City TV can call him and find out what the question is and let us know. We're going to go to the next caller and hoping for a better phone connection on this one.
Hello, you'll be speaking at the City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. Please say your name and then read your comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Laura Bodie, Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association, and my little Yorkie dog that I hope will keep quiet during this. Thank you all for taking up this urgent matter, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and particularly I'd like to thank City Attorney Colon for the tremendous effort he put in to try and work together as a community to come up with a solution in what's really a community crisis. I'd like to say I know how painful it is on both sides, and I think we've tried to come up with a compromise. There are 2 issues that were brought up in City Council today that I want to specifically address. One of the participants was talking about a commercial loan and the difficulties for commercial business owners. The difficulty they're experiencing, though, has a chance for some mitigation because they can go to the Small Business Administration for loans. The head of the SBA in California just had a fabulous conference call last week explaining the amount of funding that's available for commercial business owners. That's a godsend. But where do the small business properties go for help? If the small property owner isn't getting the rent, how are they going to pay their mortgage? There is no mortgage relief planned. The Fannie Mae Freddie Mac loans that are being discussed are loans that cap at $510K that are for primarily buying smaller homes, not multifamily. So there isn't mortgage relief for the owners. What are they going to do if the payments don't come in? The one thing I would ask is that if instead of making it a payment not due until the 20th and the owner's not having an opportunity to plan, stick with rent. If rent's due on the 1st, by the 5th, the tenants should notify the owners that they're not going to be able to pay. So that allows the owners time to crisis plan instead of waiting till the 20th when they've already had to make their mortgage payment and then finding out that renters aren't going to be able to pay. The second thing that could be helpful is if Mr. Colon is willing, if we could use one of the financial impact forms that are being used in other municipalities around the state and modify it for our city so that we have a form that both tenants and owners can read and understand, have it translated to Spanish so that everyone understands what they're signing off on and what they're agreeing to. And then we all put our best efforts into working together through this. Thank you very much.
Ms. Bodie, stay on the line. Ms. Snedden has a question for you.
All right.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Ms. Bodie. You may be able to answer this question. It occurs to me to ask, when you're working with property owners, do you make a recommendation for how much they should have on hand in case something doesn't get rented out, aside from COVID, just in a regular situation? Is a property owner supposed to have 2 months in the bank for rainy day, 3 months, 6 months?
It's just like your mother and father told you, and everyone says to each other, well, you should have 3 months in the bank. Just like our renters should have 3 months in the bank, ideally so would owners. However, just like renters, many of these owners are bootstrapping it. They're first generation here. They bought a place together as a family. And just like our renters, they're employees at other businesses. They're also suffering income effect because the rental property is generally not a primary source of income. It's not supporting their family. Our owners are working jobs too and getting hit on their job, and then in addition will get hit because renters aren't able to pay. And God knows we understand and need to work together. We just want to be careful that it doesn't give the appearance of a rent holiday to the bad eggs.
Thank you. And then just one more quick question. Could you remind us the number threshold where it's considered a commercial property rental versus what I know you call mom and pop?
There's no fixed number. We consider mom and pop more like less than 10 units. I'd say that's 80% of our members. The bulk of our members own 1, 2, or 3.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Bodie. We'll
Thank you very
go to the next caller, public comment maker.
Hi, you're ready to speak at the City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. Please say your name and then read your comment. Go ahead.
Hello, City Council. This is Sherry Villanueva calling. I'm the owner of Acme Hospitality. I had the privilege of speaking with you all last week as well. And there's a couple of issues that we as small business owners would like to make sure are being considered by the City Council. The protections against eviction and the encouragement and sort of statement by the City Council to landlords to work with their tenants is very, very important. I believe that the residential leases and the commercial leases are very different entities, and they should be treated with 2 separate and distinct ordinances because the needs of both the landlords and the tenants are very different in each of those cases. The current ordinance, as it's written with a 6-month payback for 2 months of rent deferral, is really not a workable situation for a small business. 30% increase in rent in a time of extreme economic uncertainty is not something that most, and certainly my small business would be able to handle. So that does not feel like a workable solution. And it probably philosophically, the most important thing that I would like to say is that we're really all in this together. This current ordinance feels, there was a gentleman earlier who spoke that we're just kicking the can down the hill, that the burden, the financial burden of this global crisis is being put on the shoulders of the small business owner, and we can't carry it alone. We really see our landlords as our partners in our business. The landlords, I think, see their banks as partners in their business, and we need to work together on all three levels to be partners and shoulder our fair share of the burden amongst all of us so that we can collectively get out of this stronger and healthier and get our economy and our jobs back in place.
Thanks for your comment. Before we go to the next person, Mr. Kalan, that suggestion that we use 30% loss of income was just a suggestion. That's not in your ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay, so for those of you listening, that was something that Ms. Jeppesen had suggested. Mr. Kalan is recommending against. Next public comment. Speaker, please.
Hello, you're ready to speak to City Council. Please state your name and read your comment. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Adam Gieb with SEMA Management. Including commercial tenants in this ordinance will have a negative impact on our local businesses. Local commercial tenants who are unable to pay April and May rents will not be in a position to pay the deferments back over the following 6 months, in addition to the regular monthly rent. This would render any benefit the ordinance provides local commercial tenants moot, as they won't be in a position to fulfill the repayment plan contained in the ordinance and forfeit its protections. It will, however, allow multi-billion-dollar corporations, the likes of Apple, Amazon, and Bank of America, to defer rent payments to local property owners during this critical time. Rent payments that are put right back into our community via third-party vendors who maintain the properties and keep them safe and secure. Deferring rent payments for these corporate titans will significantly strain local landlords and reduce the flexibility and rent relief we are willing to provide local businesses during this crisis. This ordinance is tantamount to forcing grocery stores to sell food for free for 2 months and then try to collect payment after. There won't be any food on the shelves in month 2. With this ordinance, local property owners will lose their properties to banks. I would like to add that staff's presentation was inaccurate. There are no safeguards to protect property owners from fraud, and the ordinance does not grant landlords any protection not already contained in California law. Thank you.
We'll go to the next person when they're ready.
Hello, you're at the City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and read your comment. Go ahead.
Ready?
Go ahead. Please state your name and make your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Angelina Cruz. Solo tengo una pregunta para el Concilio de Santa Bárbara. ¿Cómo ustedes nos podrán ayudar a toda esa familia que se quedó sin trabajo y cómo nos pueden ayudar para la renta? Esa es mi pregunta.
¿Es todo, Angelina?
Sí, muchas personas se quedan. Es todo, nada más era mi pregunta, ¿cómo nos van a poder ayudar a toda esa familia que se quedó sin trabajo? ¿Cómo ellos nos van a poder ayudar sobre la renta, la economía? Mucha gente, más que nada la economía, que mucha gente se quedó sin trabajo. Esa es mi pregunta.
Thank you. Gracias. So we have a couple of council members who speak better Spanish than me. She's asking how we can help families that are losing their jobs in this economy. Ms. Gutierrez, a better translation than me?
Oh, that was accurate.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next caller, please.
Hello, you'll be speaking to the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead now. Please go ahead. You can state your name and then read your comment in the record. You may speak now.
Mi nombre es Angelina Cruz. Mi pregunta es que cómo van a ayudar a las familias que se quedaron sin trabajo para su renta, para la comida de sus hijos, que muchos matrimonios se quedaron completamente sin trabajo. Esa es mi pregunta.
Okay, thanks so much. I think she made 2 comments, but okay, thanks. We'll go on to the next caller.
Hello, you're ready to speak to council. Please say your name. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and read your comment.
Yes, for the record, my name is Sebastian Aldana Jr. I would like to thank you very much for having this important issue on the agenda. Once you come up with a proper language for this emergency ordinance, please start the conversation for the property owners against foreclosures. This should go hand in hand. We are in the situation together. This emergency ordinance will have no value if the landlords lose their property. I say this because I am not watching this on TV and do not know if this is being discussed. Thank you for calling, and please continue using this phone service. There would be many residents that would appreciate this. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Very good. We'll move on to the next person when we get them on the line.
Hello, you'll be speaking to City Council. Please say your name and read your comment. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead now.
Thanks so much for your time. My name is Mariah Clegg, and I'm a graduate student at UCSB. I'd like to speak in favor of this moratorium on evictions. The only way to slow down this epidemic is to make sure that people can maintain social distancing. This moratorium helps us do that. If the state says that some people aren't allowed to attend work, then the state must also say that some people cannot be evicted. To demonstrate the importance of this moratorium, I'd like to sketch out one likely scenario should we fail to adopt the moratorium. If I were to be evicted, I would need to find a new place to live. I would have to look into living with new people in another house or start couch surfing. This would result in breaking quarantine. That's the best case scenario. If evicted, many will end up on the street, where they will be unable to maintain shelter in place. Many programs to help the houseless have stopped running since COVID began, including Doctors Without Walls and many warming stations downtown. So even the meager resources available to people living on the street have been diminished. We have to pass this resolution to prevent the nearly 1,000 people who sleep on the streets of Santa Barbara from growing to 2,000 or 3,000. If you can understand the scale of that problem, you'll understand why we need to act now. An eviction moratorium doesn't cost the city a penny, but providing emergency resources for thousands of evicted people sick with a universally transmittable disease, as well as addressing the countless social problems created and deepened by increasing populations of poor and precarious citizens, will exhaust considerable local resources. As such, I urge you to adopt this eviction moratorium. Additionally, to weigh in on the question of how many days notice should be given by the tenant, 5 days is not sufficient. There have been many times when my landlord has been unresponsive for 2 weeks or more, most typically when he is attempting to avoid conversations that may inconvenience him. By setting a longer timeline, we allow needed communication to take place. To respond to other public comments, nothing about this moratorium prevents landlords from offering lower rent in the coming months. If you are a landlord and you would like to do this, you may do that at any time. If you are a landlord and you would like additional resources or policies to protect you, I encourage you to lobby for those protections separately, rather than blocking protections for tenants today. Thank you so much for your time.
Very good. Go to the next caller.
Hello, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead now.
Hi, my name is Frederick Lang. I'm a property owner, and I'm calling in to try to dispel the myth that landlords are somehow at the top or not in the economic food chain. I understand that you guys are trying to make it so that people cannot evict anybody in the next 60 days, but what I would like to request is that you try other options, something like, because with my tenants, I'm going to do everything that I can to keep them in the property. I will take less rent, I will take IOUs for rent, but if people think that there's no consequences to whether they pay rent or not, my concern is that they're not going to pay any rent whatsoever. And then I'm just part of the cog. I've got, I've got to pay my bills on the other end of it. I've got to pay service providers. I've got to pay property taxes. I've got to pay mortgages. I have to pay insurance companies. And even if I can get those things deferred, I still have to make those payments. But if you tell people that, that they can loot without any consequences, people are going to do it, and they're going to think, it's get out of jail free card. So I would please like to request that if you do something, make it so that people have to jump through some hoops to get, a stay of eviction, either some sort of proof that they cannot make the payments, or ask the landlords to try to make some sort of an accommodation to the tenants. And if they can't come to a meeting of the minds, then that might be an option. But if you make it a blanket statement that nobody can evict anybody, then we've got a real problem. Because, the landlords need to survive this too. To my mind, the landlords are the biggest provider of affordable housing in Santa Barbara, because we take expensive buildings and we break them down to affordable units that people can live in. And if we can't survive this, I don't know what's going to happen. I guess that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for giving me the time, and thank you for the consideration. All right, bye-bye.
Very good. We'll go to the next person, and we'll stop taking calls after the next person finishes, or in the next 3 minutes. So if you're out there listening and you think you want to make public comment, you need to call in now and get on the list.
And just to confirm,
Mr. Casey.
Yeah, just to confirm, those in the queue who've already called in, we'll finish those.
Right.
Just if people are at home. If you've already called in, we do have about 10 more speakers lined up.
10 more speakers. Okay. So thank you.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Michelle Robertson. I'm the President CEO of Sierra Property Group, and we manage for other people over 1,200 units in the Santa Barbara area, 20% of which are commercial. As a housing provider, it's our job to provide housing, and I applaud the efforts of our city to pass this ordinance to provide stability in this time of crisis. We have received numerous requests for reductions and deferments of rent already and are taking them on a case-by-case basis. I can assure you that many of the owners of our properties are willing to work with each of their tenants, as good tenants are worth their weight in gold. What I'd like to remind council is that rents do not just go to the banks for the mortgages. It's easy to defer rent payment when the only considerations are banks and profits, but rents go to so much more than that. They go to the maintenance workers, plumbers, gardeners, cleaning crews, and businesses like ours, the property managers that pay bookkeepers, support staff, and the many, many people hoping to remain employed and are currently pretty much ignored as an essential worker at this time. Many of our owners that we work with, understanding that cash flow will be challenging, have already started canceling projects at their properties for a later time, maybe. This includes painters, roofers, asphalt contractors, carpenters, tile workers, who, of course, employ many of individuals to keep their businesses operational.
This will leave more people unemployed for an indefinite amount of time should we proceed, as Councilmember Harmon suggests, by leaving a repayment open-ended. What we're talking about is forcing property owners to make unsecured loans at no interest and hope they will one day be repaid or have a lawyer paid to evict at some unforeseen time. As the owner of a property management business, I employ 34 people in Santa Barbara. We are one of many that are paid with the rents that are collected. I want to keep them employed, even though they would qualify for unemployment benefits right away. I want to keep our vendors working, the hundreds of them we have within the city. I support the repayment to be monthly for a determined period of time. For the sake of many people that we employ and contract with, my hope is 3 months. With an open-ended date for repayment, we will cause business owners relying on the rents to immediately start reducing our staff force. The longer the repayment, the less likely the indicated is truly a correct statement. The longer the uncertainty, the more property owners may prefer to wait to negotiate rent reductions, abatements, or other relief that they're willing to do right now. We're trying to protect the most at risk, but we're in a sinking ship, and most of us are using barrels to remove the water from the ship. Having an open-ended date or too long of a waiting period when repayments won't be expected may cause these buckets to simply be thrown overboard. We small business owners currently have no hopes of this type of support. I'm hopeful that you'll consider the domino effect that the longer or uncertainty of repayment period will be, and I thank you for your time listening to me.
We'll go to the next caller when they're ready.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead now. Hi, please mute your TV or your screen if you're watching the council meeting. Please go ahead now, state your name and read your comment. Madam Mayor, I understand that this caller is having some technical difficulties.
Okay, thanks. Move on then, please.
Hi, you've reached the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for addressing our current economic hardship. My name is Erica Drew, Special Programs Director at St. George Community Center. We are already addressing the need of free legal resources to the community in regards to renters' rights, evictions, etc. We do provide bilingual services to impact and assist the families that will need those services. We ask that you consider that subleasers are directly recognized and protected in this ordinance, as many families that we're seeing here at the center are not even on a lease. They are subleasers, and therefore there needs to be some sort of measure to address their needs. We are requesting partnership with City Council as we have the bandwidth and center location to assist in this matter, and we are in a position of trust with the community. Should funds become available, we are prepared to meet the need in partnership. Finally, I appreciate that there is a speedy response and that this is on the agenda today to be addressed. I realize that the City Council can only do what they can do, and of course we need to wait till federal aid also is in place so that we can understand how the City Council can supplement the needs of the community. So I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, and we are ready to partner. We are working with the Mexican consulate as well. We have street teams mobilizing in order to explain exactly what is going on during this meeting and how they can be protected and understand what's going on in regards to evictions and rights and renters' rights. So thank you once again from St. George Community Center. You have a wonderful day.
Very good. Next caller.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Hi, this is Amy Cooper, And thank you so much for having this meeting today. It's really important. The first thing I want to say is that I really believe these issues need to be separated. The commercial tenant issue versus the residential tenant issue. It's two different animals with two different needs and different plans that need to be applied to each. So that's really, really important. A couple other things I wanted to say that I'm not sure that everyone's aware of is that in terms of all of these funds being made available to small business, an SBA loan is actually incredibly difficult to get, and you need to have certain things in that, such as a great income for the past 2 years to qualify. I, along with many others, was financially devastated by the Thomas Fire and the mud flow and don't have those financial reserves that I did have before then. So it's not feasible actually for me to get a loan. So I just want to make that clear because I think that a lot of people are under the assumption that if you're a business, you can just go grab a loan, no problem. And that's not the case. And the other thing is that people often say, why don't you use your business interruption insurance? And they're shocked to learn that after the SARS epidemic, they put a clause in all of business interruption that it does not cover a pandemic. So we, in fact, all of us that have had interruption and appropriate business insurance, there's no remedy for us on that front. So there's a few different things that I think the city can look at in terms of course, we're all in this together. Of course, landlords have bills to pay as well. Everyone's trying to shoulder the burden together. But what remedies do landlords have, maybe through their banks or through lobbying? What remedies do tenants have through getting some abatements, rent abatements? It's not going to work to have a 6-month rent abatement where then you have to pay even more after that when we are likely going to be closed for business. If you're in any kind of tourism, restaurant, bar, winery, retail, you're not going to be returning fully to any business or customer base for a very, very long time. So I just want those issues to be factored into this discussion. And thank you.
Very good.
Hi, you've reached the council meeting. Please say your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
And good afternoon, Dan Lindsay, a member of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association and a property manager in Santa Barbara. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for taking on this in a public forum this way. First, I'd like to say that we have an issue with the phraseology as you currently have. You're suggesting that tenants propose within 20 days of when the rent is due to contact their landlords. I suggest you rewrite that to say within 20 days, either before or after the first. Most people that are running short of money are going to know about this before the rent is due, so that gives everybody more flexibility. The other issue that seems to be not being discussed is the fact that we have mortgage payments, property taxes, license, insurance, things like this that are due immediately upon landlords. We don't get a break. And I know within the scope of the city government, there's a limit to what they can do. I suggest that you propose contacting the state government about deferring property taxes for 90 days, for example, to at least lower that economic burden. Everyone likes to think that the landlord is money bags and has unlimited resources to underwrite this for the state. It's not that case. And I know we're all living on the edge here in Santa Barbara, so this is not going to work this way. Another thing I suggest you do is consider something like using an existing system that you already have that works quite effectively, and that's Jerry Morales in the Section 8 organization. Many people now probably qualify under Section 8. I would encourage the mayor and the city council to pursue additional funding to underwrite Section 8 expansion so that many people that are now qualified under Section 8 can get that kind of a relief from the state and from the local landlords. Don't try to put all the financial burden upon the landlords because they have usually ongoing expenses that continue on regardless of what's going on. Many of the folks out there have observed that the economy is not going to turn around overnight. It's not going to turn around in 2 months, 4 months, or whatever. So you've got to put the burden back on the government who is trying to provide this relief to people. Again, try to consider expanding your Section 8 program, Also consider opening up this notice from 20 days before the rent is due to 20 days after. People need to be proactive there. The sooner people notify their landlords, the better chance of getting it sorted out. And ultimately, the high rents that people pay in this area are due to the high cost of property taxes. They continue to go up irrespective of the cost of living here or the income potential here. Insurance premiums are doubling or more as well. No insurance companies are giving anybody any breaks.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up, but can you repeat your name again? It faded out at the beginning. Oh, she has.
Yes, and I apologize. He is hung up on, but it's Mr. Daniel Lindsay.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll move on.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please say your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Good afternoon. This is Jose Gallegos. Very quickly, I myself, I'm a renter, a tenant, but I'm retired, so I rely on my Social Security. The thing that I want to say very quickly is, first of all, as far as property owners are concerned, landlords and, property owners that own commercial buildings, and if they still have to pay a mortgage, first of all, it's for the banks to work with them, and also for the state to step in to help out, and even the federal government needs to step in to help out property owners, tenants, and so forth. I think that would be the best thing for the city and for the county to make a connection, with the state and federal government. Also, I heard that there were 2 Spanish, speaking ladies, and my understanding, many Latino families, they don't have a savings account, they don't have a checking account, they don't even have a debit card, credit cards, and I know, somebody told me that this one property owner to rent an apartment, he interviewed a couple, and they have no record of any kind of finances whatsoever. And the husband has been living here for 20 years and has not learned 1 ounce of English. This landlord was very reluctant to rent them because they have no kind of background check whatsoever. But he was kind enough to go ahead and do it. And this is for Councilmember Gutierrez, Alejandra Gutierrez. We have a huge Latino community, and many Latinos who live here or throughout the country 20, 30, 35 years, and they've never taken the effort to learn to speak the English language. And there's a lot of things that they just don't know how America works. And to Alejandra Gutierrez, you need to really step up with the Latino families, the Latinos, to make the effort to speak English. That way they can understand what is going on. That's it. Thank you and have a good day.
Moving on to the next person.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Thank you. My name is Richard Birdie, and I'd like to thank the mayor and the city council members for holding this public meeting. I just have a few concerns. They're all about money, unfortunately. It's unfair to put the total burden on the landlords. You've heard this over and over again. We do have expenses that we can't defer, and we do have employees that will either have to cut their wages or lay them off. One of the properties we have is a motel out in Goleta. We employ quite a few people there. We're down to a few. And our general manager and our assistant manager voluntarily took a cut in pay. I don't see that happening by anybody on the city. Everybody's got to participate. If we're going to suffer, we suffer together, not individually. Landlords probably have expenses on their properties that they have to pay of around 25% of their income. We have to pay utilities. We have to pay insurance. We have to pay property taxes. We have to pay contractors. We have to pay employees. We have to repair the properties constantly, especially those like myself that own older properties. Many properties are owned by small groups. My groups are all in their 80s, and they looked at this as a sort of a pension. So you're going to cut off their pension. And I just don't think it's properly thought out. You have to be more balanced. That's pretty much what I have to say. The last thing is if anybody's going to write a petition saying that they need this and they need that, it should be under the penalties of perjury, and there should be some kind of an arbitration. The landlords are not in a position to fight back at all, but we should be able to challenge. So that's it. Have a good day. I hope you don't come down with the virus. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Very good. Anyone else out there? Yeah.
Hi, you're at the council meeting. Please say your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Hillary Klager. I'm a residential tenant, unemployed due to the stay-at-home order. I thank the previous callers for indicating that this is definitely a separate issue from commercial tenants, although both are very important right now. And I'm thanking you for helping us create a solution. I know that my landlord's probably very concerned right now, and I'm hoping to get as much information as I can before I go to her. Just a quick picture, I'm in the restaurant and other service industry. I live in a fourplex, and 3 out of the 4 tenants in our fourplex are now unemployed. So 3 out of the 4 units are now unemployed due to the stay-at-home order. And most of us in our community, previous caller just mentioned this too, but since the fire and the debris slide, it's been an economic downturn, particularly for the service industry. And people like myself who were diligent and did have our quote-unquote 3 to 6 months worth of emergency funds have had to use those with this economic downturn. I think that, we're really looking at at least 3 months before restaurants get open and back on their feet. And, even after we return to work, we're going to be facing a lack of tourism. I really hope that we can create some really clear language so that tenants can share information with their landlords and ideas for working together. I'm hoping that the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force can maybe take the lead on that. There's no way tenants are going to be able to afford interest. My security deposit has been in my landlord's account, accruing interest that I'm not receiving for over 5 years. And I also think this is going to be a huge burden, as people mentioned, on the subcontractor or the sub-renters. There are many people who carry a master lease, and then they sub-lease out to people certain bedrooms and what have you. So the most important thing, I think, is really going to be getting information out and then clear language. And then if we can also have some ideas for how to address this between landlords and tenants, and if there can be some script, because most tenants are going to be really nervous to approach their landlords, and this is a relationship that we want to continue. Landlords are not going to be able to face the economic burden of evictions because there won't be anybody that's going to be able to move back in, and the university has already sent students home, so you already have a lack of renters wanting to get into units right now. So again, the interest, I think we have to make sure that's not in the order, and I look forward to seeing how we can, oh, I set my alarm, so I'm done.
Your time is up.
I look forward to seeing how, the federal and the state are going to support us so that we can actually get some help to everyone in our community. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I think we have 2 more callers, and that'll be it.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Hi, this is Eve Sanford calling in with public comment. I just want to reiterate and support everything that the previous speaker, Hillary, just mentioned. I think she did a really good job outlining the importance of making sure that any changes that go forward with this emergency ordinance are set up in such a way that they can be really clearly communicated out to current renters, and including creating some sort of mechanism for renters to communicate with their landlord I'm primarily calling just to highlight that I, along with over 150 other individuals and over 15 organizations, have signed on to a letter supporting the emergency ordinance that's before you today. I think it's critical that as we face this health crisis, we ensure that people have stable housing, and that is first and foremost one of the best things that we can do to protect people in this time. I'm sympathetic to some of the sort of landlords' comments, especially those who own fewer units and may not have the same safety net that we would assume larger corporate landlords would be able to maintain. And I would encourage our city to work with state legislators to find solutions to some of the issues that have been brought up. Lastly, I'd like to highlight that the city of San Francisco has asked the hotel industry in San Francisco to make beds available to houseless individuals who may not have shelter during this time. As we know, PATH has a number of beds that are made available, but they're not sufficient to cover the total population of people in Santa Barbara that are houseless. And as soon as people do start getting sick, and we can assume that some of them probably already are sick, they are going to need safe and hygienic places to shelter that are quarantined away from other people in order to prevent the spread of coronavirus. And so I'd like to see if City Council could take some action on working with the hotel industry. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Final speaker.
Hi, you're at the City Council meeting. Please state your name and read your comment into the record. You have 3 minutes. Please start now.
Thank you. My name is David Potter. I am calling to express some thoughts about this rent protection ordinance. This is a disaster that's affecting everybody. I think to sort of reiterate some points that were made earlier, we need to examine commercial and residential properties independently. I run a small business, and like us, our employees and our vendors, our landlords do have financial obligations, and we are obligated to them. We're all partners in this, and we all need to share the burden of this crisis together. To be clear, we're not looking for a rent holiday. We're just trying to remain viable when this disaster is completed. The closure is revenue for us that will not be recovered. So we're under a government-mandated closure, and this is lost revenue forever. We won't be able to afford adding the rent from our lost revenue period back on to future rent in future months, and nor can we really afford to take on debt to really float us through this. But just as we're going to need relief from our landlords during this time, our landlords are also going to need relief on their expenses. So I'd like to advocate that the city offer an abatement on property taxes to landlords who offer an abatement to their tenants for their rents during this time. Thank you so much.
Okay, that closes public comment, and I have a couple of questions to start with, but it looked like Mr. Friedman and Ms. Harmon were quick on the draw there to speak. So, Mr. Kalan, someone mentioned that there are subletters, and I know some people share a living space that the landlord knows there's a shared space, and then sometimes the subletters are not known to the landlord. Is there a way to add that subletters have protection as well, or should we keep it simple?
Mayor, I'm of the opinion that subtenants are protected as agents of the owner, are protected because the tenant is acting as an agent of the owner when they sublease. We can clarify that if you would like, and I'm happy to propose some language. So I think subtenants are protected already.
And we can have a discussion about that perhaps. I'll see what people have to say. The other question that I had, maybe I'm not sure who it's for. I've been trying to follow the foreclosure situation. I know people are looking for protection. Is anybody, Mr. Kalan, are you Are you caught up on that, or, okay? So I'm sure that we as a city council can write letters or lobby our governor or our federal representatives to make sure that there's protection for homeowners are contacting us as well, not just commercial property owners and not just rental property owners. If there's anything there's not anything we can do, but we can, I mean, we're not in charge of that because we're not a banking institution, but we can lobby and make our voices heard that we're looking for protection in that way. And I understand that the state of California has said no to deferral of property tax payments. There's an April due date, and they said no. So certainly those of us that were on some conference calls and some other forums were asking for that relief. And some people think it's us, some people think it's the county. It's the state of California said no. They want those tax payments to come in. So just to clarify that. So Mr. Friedman, you're first on the speaker stack.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is very challenging time for everyone out there, and my colleagues as well. We're trying to grapple with all this to, one, have as much support we can for all of you in the community, but also not take actions that might be counterproductive and exacerbate situations down the line. And with how fast things change day by day, it's very difficult for us, but I'm sure today we'll have a good discussion on the issues before us today. And I do want to thank all those who have contacted us for those in support of protecting renters and also some of the property owners. There's a lot of nuance in here that we need to be aware of as our council debates on what we're going to do tonight. The first thing I'd like to start off with is it was said by a few of the speakers today that residential and commercial are separate, and so I'm going to separate my comments, and I'll start with residential. When we consider the residential, the factor that's most concerning to me is that April is expected, if you look at where the data is going and experiences in other communities, April is going to be a month where we're going to be the hardest hit by this. That's what's expected, and possibly parts of May. Being that we now have a shelter-in-place statewide order, the reality is that we can't have any evictions during this time. It creates a public health threat if anyone were to be evicted, and I know most landlords are not going to be evicting, and I want to make sure that people understand that the landlords are part of our community as well, and the property owners. But with residential, I do believe that there is this overriding consideration, especially with what April may bring to us. And so what I would like to see is us try to keep things relatively in the information flowing with what the county has done. That's the approach we've taken in the past, working in coordination with other jurisdictions. And the county today took the action, and my understanding it was a unanimous vote, 5-0 of the Board of Supervisors, that to put the no evictions for the next 2 months, and they did not put a date for repayment. And I would support that action, and some of my reasoning for the residential is going to also be for the commercial, but so I'll restate at that time. But the concern I have is that once the 2 months is up, in this case it's the May 31st, is that those who have been out of a job, they're not going to suddenly have a job where they can start paying the rent as of June 1st. And then that would mean not only would they have to pay the rent, they would have this extra additional back rent that's due. So the ability for us to allow the landlords and the tenants to work out agreements with each other without the hand of government coming in and putting this timeline that might make it more difficult. It could allow for reductions in rent. There's a lot more negotiation, and there's a lot more room to work for them to work together by not having that deadline. because the landlords are correct. They still have expenses. I did not know, Madam Mayor, that the property tax was off the table. I'd heard that the state legislature was considering it. And there's also going to be federal relief packages that could include relief such as for mortgages and other things to the banking industry. And we don't know when those are going to come. And so for us to act long-term and put things beyond May 31st, the situation is too rapidly changing for us to put something then that goes beyond that, in my opinion. And what this would do is, if we went with what the county did, it makes it simple for everyone to know that the jurisdictions are lined up. And then the property owners and the tenants could look at reductions in rent that could allow some that are able to continue to pay some cash flow to come in that could help the property owners meet their other obligations. And the exceptions that the additions I would like to look at are the late fees. We talked about that earlier, Mr. Colon, that no late fees for these 2 months. I think you said was the first question that would come up. And then, so that was the only addition into what the county had done. And it doesn't obligate, or it doesn't, I'm going to read the sentence again because I want to make sure that it's not giving that we're saying you don't have to repay. This is the one sentence that the county put in there, and I want to restate it even though I stated it earlier. It says, nothing in this ordinance, being the county ordinance, shall relieve a tenant of the obligation to pay rent nor restrict a landlord's ability to recover rent due. I think there is some of the questions came up on the penalty of perjury. I'd like to, when the time's right, to answer that question, if that's something we could put in. And then the 20 days, if it's something we could look back or forward, I'd like to understand those, the positives and negatives on that. So as to commercial, I'm debating on going one of two ways. One is again going along with what the county did, with an added that no publicly traded companies would qualify for this. I think that's an important aspect of it. However, there is another option I'm open to considering, so I want to hear from my colleagues as well, is to actually not take any action on commercial properties today. And I think some of our small business owners and some of the property owners spoke today made this point, is they're inherently different than residential. And the likelihood that there's a lease that's up and someone's going to be evicted in the next 2 months is smaller when they have these multi-year leases, whereas residential you could have a year or even month to month, but some of these have long-term leases. And so to enable the small businesses and the property owner, just like on the residential side, to work out something that could benefit both, I think we need to give that a chance. We also have the ability, as my understanding from the questions earlier, is that should we see that there isn't this dialogue going on, that we could come back and put an ordinance in a month from now, if so needed. So there is that hook that we could come back. But at this time, I just don't see how a business that would be able to repay their rent, would start paying their rent June 1st plus another 1/3 on top of that. They're not going to have that income stream, and some of them might not have an income stream for over a year or more, if they're even able to make it through this. So I'm leaning more towards, on the commercial side, not taking any action today, but just really encouraging the business owners and the property owners to work together. And so some of the other things that I just really wanted to say is that if we take an action today beyond May 31st, and there's not only changes in the outlook or the experience that we have due to the virus itself and the conditions, but any types of federal or state aid that comes in, such as mortgage deferrals, or even if there's issues with insurance that we could address on the state and federal level, if we take an action, that it's hard to undo it, and we'll be in a better position if we allow a few weeks to go by to reassess the situation and act appropriately and see where the county and our other partner agencies are going. Because the more we can act in unison with them, the messaging becomes clearer for all the public that are out there. And then, again, I make sure there wasn't anything else that I saw in there. And that's where I'm at right now is move forward with the residential, similar to the county with the rent, and then hold off on commercial for now. Thank you.
Okay, let's clarify. I want to clarify one thing that I read about the property tax being due in April. If they don't pay it for whatever reason, there's no late fees, or they get to apply to waive the late fees. So that would still help people who are paying property taxes. If they couldn't pay it, then the penalty would be, they might be able to waive the late fee. So that, I just needed to clarify that. So on residential, Mr. Friedman, so you want to add under penalty of perjury related to the tenant landlord, the residential tenant landlord documentation, if they strike a deal to, okay. And then the other phrase was, and Mr. Kalan, I think we had something in your ordinance that sounded like that, like we're not restricting the landlord to collect and we're not taking away the, can you read it? It's in there.
Sections 2D, 3D, and 4A, I'll say include the concept that the debt is created upon non-payment or deferral.
And then my clarification question to Mr. Friedman about not wanting to do the commercial piece of it. So you're worried that if we say the rent payments have to be made, or the lease payments in the case of commercial have to be paid within the 6-month period, that they won't be able to pay it?
That is correct, Madam Mayor. My understanding with speaking with some of our business owners is that if they can't pay it over these next 2 months and they are officially shut for business, they won't be able to pay in June, let alone having to start repaying the previous
Right.
months.
Well, would you consider us saying on the commercial side, no eviction, revisiting it the end of May 31st in case things are going to change? The California Insurance Commissioner might make changes in insurance payments. We don't know what the federal aid package is going to be. That could be very helpful. But what if we put forward the commercial piece, but left off the part about repaying?
That's what I mentioned in my when I first started. There's two, and one of them is to do what the county did, which is the commercial evictions without the payment. So I'm open to both of those.
Okay, so
And
let's.
I want to hear from where
Yeah.
my colleagues are at, because I want us to act unanimously if we can, because I think it sends a strong message to the community.
Well, let's put that on the table then. Who is next? Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Boy, this is complicated. I, too, am going to parse this maybe a little bit differently than Councilmember Friedman. And what I'd like to do is first take the piece about eviction moratorium and then second, separately address the 6-month repayment portion, because I see those are really the two major pieces of this action for me. And first and foremost, on the eviction moratorium, well, look, since I've joined council, I've spoken out strongly about the negative impacts of eviction on individuals, on the family unit, on the community. Those impacts are devastating in any normal circumstances, and I think we can all agree that this current crisis has really thrown those impacts into sharp relief, and not just on the financial and social side, but now also on the public health side. And that is really what's driving me to act in this urgent way. We have been told, and it's very clear, that in order to combat the spread of this virus, we have to stay home. We have to shelter in place. Given that tenants deserve, and they should have, the security of knowing that for the duration of this crisis, they'll be able to maintain the status quo. They'll be able to remain in their space, and by doing so, do their part to protect public health. That's what this is about for me. And I really want to make that clear. This is not an end run to enact a new policy that changes the status quo beyond the crisis. What I am looking to do is to protect public health by allowing tenants to remain in their space for the duration of this crisis. And I think it's incredibly important that we do that. So I support both for residential and commercial enacting an eviction moratorium as Mr. Colon has drafted it. And here's where my evolution of thinking has come into play, and it's on this second piece, the 6-month repayment piece. And I would also like to parse it just a little bit further and separate, as Mr. Friedman did, the commercial from the residential. And I'll take commercial first in connection with this 6-month repayment. It's really complicated. And before I got on council, I was a real estate finance lawyer for a multinational law firm. And I say that not because I think my perspective on this should bear any greater weight, but to say that I built my career on this very subject, and I find it so difficult to articulate clearly. I think it's really difficult to conceptualize. It's even harder to speak about it in a way that's understandable. And I think particularly in a context in which we currently find ourselves, where there are so many unknowns, it's really nearly impossible for us to make moves and understand the implications of what those moves are going to be for markets that are in such incredible flux. So that's really the landscape in which I'm thinking about whether we want to set a 6-month repayment. And then I have to think, what are the incentives that we're setting for commercial landlords and commercial tenants when we have a 6-month repayment period? I think in a lot of ways, it's kind of reversing the incentives. It's doing the opposite of what we want to do to set this arbitrary repayment period. In a lot of ways, it could be seen to be incentivizing the tenant not to pay their rent, even if they have it available, because they do have a 6-month period to repay later. And it's also disincentivizing the commercial landlord to come to the table and make a deal, because they're saying, look, my tenant's not going to pay it anyway. Why would I negotiate a lower rent at this point in time if they're just going to, pay me a lower rent 6 months from now? So I think we might be reversing the incentives by taking this approach, particularly on the commercial side. And certainly we don't know. I think it's been said by everyone. Madam Mayor just said it herself. We don't know what is going to come down from the federal government, from the state government, and that, again, adding it into the mix will change the incentives. I'm not afraid to act, but I don't want to act in a way that will undermine the process of negotiation that for many landlords and commercial tenants has already begun. So I support, as you both suggested, I think the idea of removing the piece from this legislation, or this action rather, that would set up a 6-month repayment period and not legislating about repayment at all in this moment. If our purpose today is to maintain the status quo for the duration of the emergency, it doesn't quite make sense to me to legislate how we will get out of the emergency. We don't know when that will be. We don't know what it will look like. And I think it's really putting the cart before the horse to do that. On the residential side, I'm not as convinced. I think the dynamics between a residential landlord and a residential tenant are significantly different from that of a commercial tenant and a commercial landlord, and the power dynamics are different as well. That said, I do think that there's a strong argument to be made that we could be hurting tenants. We don't know what we don't know. And so if there's going to be help that's coming down from the state for residential tenants, I wouldn't want to put tenants in a position where they're locked into something because of a decision we make today without having all the facts. So I think for that reason, it makes sense for us to think about what our purpose is in this moment. It's to prevent evictions and tenants from receiving eviction notices for the duration of this crisis, and to take that action. I also want to say, I guess in closing, that I've heard a lot from landlords, commercial and residential, over the last year or so, and they always say to me, we want to work with people. Let us negotiate. Let us go to our tenants and figure it out. And to them, to you all, I say, this is your opportunity to do that. You have told me over and over that you are the ones who will have that relationship with the tenant and be able to get it done. Now I say to you, go do it. And I will be watching. I think we all will be watching. And if we see that these negotiations are not taking place, I'm not afraid to act, certainly. And I think that you should see this as an opportunity, really, to be a partner, as I know that you are and as I know that you see yourselves. So I guess my suggestion would be to just keep the eviction piece and to remove both for residential and commercial tenants any defined payback period.
With the assumption or the direction from our city council for the landlord and the tenant, residential and commercial, to work it out for themselves, how they're going to pay back, how that rent gets paid. But it's not waived, it's just deferred.
Yes. And the implication, of course, being that if it's not being worked out amongst themselves, we do have the opportunity to legislate that when it comes back, at May 31st, or, this isn't tying our hands forever if we don't have a payback period in this moment, correct? I mean, we could, Mr. Klon, that may be a question for you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, I think you could create a payback period. The one bit of dynamic I want to make sure the council understands is that as we get near to May 31, depending what the governor does, the council may find itself under tremendous pressure to extend this again, because come June 1st, you'll have a number of tenants who potentially face eviction for the 2 months of deferred rent. So this approach works provided there's correlative direction to us to monitor and come back in May if necessary, which is almost a guarantee we'll be back, because we will certainly be hearing from tenants who face a June 1 deadline to pay 2 months of back rent.
So we could revisit it mid-May. Is that what you're suggesting?
Madam
we need
Mayor,
to revisit it
I'm not
anyway.
suggesting it. I'm saying there'll be a community outcry for you to do that.
Okay.
It would be my expectation.
Agreed.
Anything else, Ms. Harmon?
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, were you ready? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As usual, I like most of what I heard from both Ms. Harmon and Mr. Friedman. I do, over the last week, I've apparently been evolving with the same people that Ms. Harmon has been too, because I do also feel that the concerns are equal on both the residential and the commercial side. And so the eviction protection should be placed with both. To me, the number one issue is just buying some breathing space. This situation is so, and I really like being in a circle too. This is kind of cool. We should do this more often, just kind of close the circle a little. So it's kind of, other than the height difference, but we'll work on that. But to me, the situation is so dynamic and unknown that it just begs to just accomplish what you know you can accomplish, and that's keep either people or businesses from the threat of being tossed out of their buildings, and then be ready to adjust as you go forward. I echo Ms. Harmon's belief and a little bit of pummeling that the industry, whether residential or commercial, has been admonishing us for a long, long time that they can take care of all these problems, whether it's a just cause problem or a rent control problem or now a eviction problem. And I also have the same concerns that by legislating that without knowing where we will be in 2.5 or 2 months and 10 days, or what the situation will be, what other types of federal or state support are coming, that it's premature to tell people that have those relationships how they need to solve the problem. The number one issue is keeping people in their houses and keeping businesses in their buildings. I wrote down some other just kind of nuts and bolts things that I liked or didn't like, so I'll echo Mr. Friedman and go through that. I agree on the publicly traded national tenants or some form of that. My fear is there might be such in town that are national but not publicly traded. The privately owned Starbucks of the world or whatever those are. So I don't know how to capture that. I agree that legal debt clause should be in there. I'm still concerned about that 20-day notice, but I heard somebody actually say, well, that's a good compromise, but I didn't hear them say what the alternative was that we were compromising back to 20 days on. But so I would like to see that 20-day notice be offered initially for April, but something shorter in May. And so if you went to 5 or 10 days in May, that would give you over 45 days from now to get the message out to the affected parties that would have a May issue. It just doesn't seem reasonable to me for a commercial or a residential tenant to leave their landlord not knowing potentially for 3 weeks into a month of what was going to take place and to begin that discussion. Madam Mayor, you had the phrase, let the parties work out their repayment terms. I like that. I think that opportunity is there. We come back and revisit it as we hear. No late charges or interest charges on whatever works out. And I'll say it a little blunter than Ms. Harmon did, but quite frankly, we do meet again in May, and this is the industry, so to speak, whether the landlord industry or the commercial industry, has seen now what a potential ordinance could look like if things are not being worked out well. And that should be a clarion call to them to make sure that they're doing everything possible to remedy the situation to the benefit of both parties. Because if it goes south, we could come right back and look at as proposed again. I also think I'd suggest too that I don't know how this would happen too, but I think it's also one of our responsibilities is to beef up our resources, not necessarily in mediation, but beef up our resources in response to what we're suggesting would happen, and that's that the parties would work it out together. Well, if the parties aren't working it out together and one of the parties thinks it isn't, what else can we offer them to help? So can we, from a residential standpoint, can we offer some type of, be ready to offer resources to address that, to mediate, to help? And can we do that also from a commercial standpoint? So that we're not just saying, go work it out yourself and then washing our hands of it and stand by and either watch the success or watch the failure. But if people get it in passe, like people tend to do, that they can come back and get a third party involved from the city or a group from the city to help them work through it. And then I so feel the property tax thing is just like listening to county health sit right here one day and say it's not this level of emergency, but they come back 4 days later and say it is. I just think the property taxes are going to be discussed a bunch of times between now and the end of the month, or April 10th when they're due. That can't be a closed door, that there is some nexus there on the government's role to play a part in helping with the burden that is happening down at the local level. And I also believe that the opportunities for some type of remedy with national lenders is also going to continue to be worked on at the state or federal level, and we'll eventually see something there. So that's kind of my thing. I'm not really too concerned about splitting them up, commercial or residential. I think it can all just be under one ordinance unless somebody just wants to do two ordinances. The important thing to me to do is to put an eviction ordinance in place that prevents, through the term of the government's order or whatever may be extended by the governor, if we so decided to follow that, but at the least through May 31st, that sort of just gives everybody a little bit of breathing space and allows us to sit back and watch what else is going to unfold before we get out in front of that. So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Anybody else without their, oh, Ms. Snedden has her light on. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam
It's a little
Mayor.
confusing.
We're in a different setup too.
I know.
I really don't want to do this. This is I think we're at the beginning of what is going to be just a domino effect economic crisis. It's going to hit the renters first, and then it's going to hit the owners later, but with far bigger risks and losses. We talk about the pain of eviction. The pain of foreclosure is maybe not in our recent memory, but it's coming. If you have, we heard a caller say, a property with 4 units in it, 3 of the people are out of work, that property owner is not going to be collecting rent. But the truth is they're not going to collect that rent whether we have this ordinance in place or not. I mean, if there's not a person to be able to pay rent, they're not going to get the rent either way. We really need the state and the federal government to step in with funding to offset these rent costs. The caller who spoke about Section 8 funding and upping that funding and vouchers. I mean, this is not a problem that beyond 2 months property owners can shoulder. I think we're on thin margins. Everyone is on thin margins, the renters and the smaller property owners with 3 to 4 units. I'm not sure how beyond 2 or 3 months they could be expected to shoulder this. And property taxes without that relief, and mortgages, and the loss to a property owner is the loss of that property, including the loss of that down payment, the loss of whatever retirement they put into that. You have a lot of older residents in our community who own small properties, 1 or 2 rentals, and this is what they live on, and not for huge profits either. I mean, I'm worried that with COVID doesn't discriminate old and young and who it affects, and you are undoubtedly going to have property owners who own 2 properties, units, who they themselves are ill and elderly and relying on this income. After the orders are lifted, who knows how long that rebound is going to take. It's not going to be a couple months. I think if we're pragmatic about it and actually plan for it, it's a much bigger issue than just inability to pay rent for a month or 2. There's going to be, I suspect, downward pressure on rents. I mean, you don't have UCSB students coming back anytime soon. You don't have City College students coming back anytime soon. You don't have as many renters as there were. I think that rents will need to eventually be negotiated down. People who haven't paid for these 2 months, who then are in repayment options, will end up paying more than what their rent really may even be worth after that time. I am not an economic expert at all. I just see so many moving pieces that we cannot account for. This is unprecedented. I don't know what this is going to do. It's not a short-term problem. The stay-at-home, we can't live for 18 months under stay-at-home orders. So and none of us know how long this might last. I think the president is now talking about lifting the sheltering in place and the social distancing. So we're going to have conflicting messages, state, governor, federal. Having said all that, I think it would be prudent for any property owner to have 2 months contingency funding for this type of issue. I mean, nobody could see this exact issue coming, and I'm going to hope that there is mortgage relief, but I think there are no guarantees on that. I think we're heading for a mortgage crisis, and if we allow renters to push out that payment too far, then they're taking on a debt that they may not be able to repay themselves, and that feels somewhat irresponsible to keep on with the notion that as soon as it's lifted, that people will go right back to work. If those businesses aren't there to go back to work too, I just don't know how this will happen, and I don't think any of us do. I think 1 to 2 months while this shelter in place is in effect, it seems to me we have no choice with that. We have a public health crisis. We can't have people evicted and put out. As far as relying on everybody to do their best and that we're watching, it's already happening. We've already gotten emails. There was a woman 65 years old, evicted, writing to us what can be done. I mean, we're going to have good actors and bad actors, and I'm hoping that there are more good actors and property owners, especially in our community, the mom and pops, and who've been hit pretty hard recently by our ordinances also. 3-month repayment. If you're a tenant and in 2 months' time, your job hasn't come back in 3 months and you're not able to start repaying that in the 3 months, I think it's not a responsible thing to allow someone to accrue that debt for 6 months, a year at a time in repayment for residential. It'll be a burden that will stay with them even when there's been downward pressure on rental costs. Commercial, completely separate. I don't see that we need to act at this time on commercial. When we talk about 1 year to 20-year leases, I don't think a property owner is going to want to evict a business that they believe is going to make a comeback and be able to pay that. I'm not opposed to it if we move forward with that, but I think having arbitrary repayment times on that in the commercial front doesn't seem realistic to me. I think we may be having unintended consequences that I certainly don't know which way they'd be, and we've heard enough from both commercial property owners and commercial businesses that this might not be the right approach that we're leading with right here. So for residential, I think we have no choice in a public health crisis to have a moratorium on evictions. I don't see any other way. We cannot have people evicted and dislocated when we're supposed to be sheltering in place, and that is for the safety and the health of everyone. But the open-endedness and the wording in the ordinance that it shows up a couple different times, unless council extends it, worries me. It's a little red flag statement in there that sort of leaves it open door that we could keep extending and extending. And I think this should only apply to the May 31st, unless a shelter in place is extended beyond that. I think this needs to just be tied to shelter in place. And I don't think it matters whether you have been COVID affected or not COVID affected. We're all on shelter in place recommendations. So that's the order. And if you're, Madam Mayor, referring to the governor's statements that everybody's supposed to shelter in place, then everybody has sort of de facto documentation that they can't be evicted in this time. So I would just leave it at that. I mean, it's as long as we're in shelter in place, orders from the governor, you cannot be evicted for non-payment. But as soon as that is lifted, it's not a public health crisis anymore. Then it becomes us interfering with economic pressures, and I'm not as comfortable with that.
So you're willing to do an eviction prevention ordinance, the bare bones of what the governor said, through May 31st, revisit it mid-May, because then we'll know more about relief and insurance payments and whatever. But you don't want the overlay of the of 6 months, pay it back. That should also be worked out between the tenant and the landlord, you're thinking?
I would like 3 months maximum, because that's the amount of time that a property owner should have a buffer in place. And I think if you can't repay that in the 3 months, then
We already have 3 of us who are saying no time frame at all. So
for residential, no time frame at all
to pay back on residential and commercial, if I'm hearing that correctly. But other people want to speak, so.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that either. I think that leaves, if a property owner has to pay a bill, they have to pay mortgage, property taxes, maintenance. There's so many bills that do have a deadline and aren't repay it when you want within a year or longer. I don't know how people are supposed to manage that. So.
We're trying to be consistent. I mean, if we're saying we think that the landlord and the tenant, or the lessor and the lessee, can work it out, then we need to let them work it out. We should be consistent. Ms., were you done?
I suppose
for now?
so,
Okay.
yeah.
Then Ms. Harmon, it sounded like you just had something to add to that discussion.
Yeah, and I had a question for Mr. Kalan also.
Okay, because then Ms. Gutierrez, Mr. Gutierrez, and myself have to go.
Okay, I just because we don't have a repayment period, that money is still owed. They still have to pay it back. So it doesn't mean that they have 5 years because we don't legislate on that. True, but the same is true with 3 months. So my question is, you brought up the point that there's language that says unless council revisits, and my understanding was that we can only revisit to the extent that the governor extends the order. So if his order goes away on May 31st without us going to the governor ourselves, we don't have the right to extend this unless he does.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
And having said that, though, San Francisco and Santa Monica jumped ahead of the governor's order. I think they were out on a thin limb, but they did it.
Okay, thank you.
What did they do?
San Francisco and Santa Monica issued in order a mayoral executive order and a city manager's emergency proclamation creating their eviction moratoria. And that was done before the governor's executive order 2810 came out. I think that was a very thin reed for them to rely on. I think that before the governor's order, the legal authority was very questionable.
Okay. Before we go to Ms. Gutierrez, so Ms. Sneddon, you don't want any eviction protection for commercial property at all, or you're willing to consider?
Not at this time. I liked, Madam Mayor, what you proposed about waiting and seeing when it becomes necessary, or was that Councilmember Friedman? I'm sorry, I don't recall, about not handling the commercial at this time, but waiting and seeing when the need arises.
That was his first position.
That was one of my comments. I said I was looking at considering both.
Okay.
Ms. Gutierrez, are you ready? Go ahead, please.
I just want to say that I am also in support of the no eviction, while the state is also allowing it. I do want to ask staff, I don't know if it's for Mr. Casey, but we've mentioned a lot the program, the rental housing mediation, and does the city have extra funding to provide more support to this program, just because there's going to be a lot of people asking for their service?
Mr. Casey.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and council members, that'll be something that we can look at. It's a council decision to put more funding into that program, while at the same time facing a lot of fiscal pressures ourselves. So that's a council priority decision from a budgeting standpoint.
I also wanted in public comment, somebody mentioned about adding a script, because a lot of tenants are going to be really nervous to actually have a face-to-face conversation with their landlord.
Would you get closer to your microphone? I can't.
So adding a script so the tenants can have just an example of how to communicate to the landlord if they're not going to be able to pay rent. And can we look into the possibility of that 30% loss in the ordinance to lower it to 20%, just because of what we've heard in public comment about the losses for commercial?
We're not going with the 30%
Okay.
or 20%. We're saying if you have documentation that you've lost work, and we're willing to go with that. Yeah.
Let's see. So I definitely agree with Ms. Sneddon about this domino effect. I really want to respect, there's a lot of landlords out there that are actually really good landlords and want to work with their tenants. And sometimes their arrangements are actually even better of what staff can recommend. But I also want the renters to understand that we are putting this in place not for you to just stop paying, but to help you, because that is the population that's going to be hit the hardest, because they're the first ones, to lose their jobs, and especially in the city where a lot of people work 2 jobs, they are living paycheck to paycheck. I'm gonna put myself out there. I live paycheck to paycheck. So for me, it's very important that we have this no eviction, and I think Mr. Friedman mentioned about eliminating late fees at this moment. I think I would also support that. Sorry, I wrote a lot of notes. Let's see. I think it's really important also, if I can mention what I just said in Spanish, that we are encouraging renters to pay, and if they can't pay, to have communication with their landlords. But this ordinance is to support the renters as well. But we have to have, we need to be mindful and be very considerate that we're all in it together, and it is a domino effect. So if the landlord can possibly lose those apartment complex, the renters are also out of a home. Am I allowed to say certain things in Spanish here?
I think so. Go for it. Yeah.
Para el público quiero que entiendan que esta ordenancia es para apoyarlos en estos 2 meses de crisis, de que no el dueño de las propiedades no lo saquen por falta de no pagar la renta, pero es muy importante que los renteros tengan conciencia que si pueden pagar la renta, deben de pagar la renta o por lo menos la mitad. Pero esta ordenancia sí se está poniendo, vamos a tratar de ponerla en efecto para poderlos apoyar, porque sí entendemos que muchos están perdiendo su trabajo y no van a poder pagar la renta, pero también les recomendamos que hablen con los dueños de la casa para que a ver si ustedes mismos pueden llegar a un acuerdo. Pero es muy importante también tener conciencia que todos estamos en esta situación juntos y va a haber un efecto si las personas, muchos no puedan pagar la renta. También los dueños de las propiedades de los apartamentos o las casas no van a poder pagar su hipoteca y pueden ser que pierdan los apartamentos o las casas y los renteros no van a tener dónde vivir. Pero sí es muy importante que entienda la comunidad que la ciudad estamos haciendo todo lo posible para que los renteros no los saquen durante esta crisis, y que si pueden pagar la renta, perfecto, y si no, estamos aquí para ayudarlos. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Colon, can I ask you a question about whether or not squatters' rights plays into this at all, this situation?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, no. In California, to gain any rights like that, you have to be there 5 years and pay the taxes. So I don't think that's a problem.
Thank you. Just curious. I am definitely worried for everyone involved in this situation. I'm just going to echo and compliment my fellow council members for addressing some of the issues. We don't know how long this is going to last, and it's going to affect landlords and tenants. And what I'm worried about is that if it does get worse, I've already seen people from the Bay who used to live here come back because of how bad of everything that's going on in the Bay. And likewise, I've also seen students and people who are here temporarily leave. So there's this really weird combination of people coming and going that honestly they shouldn't be doing that at all. But what I'm worried about is that if things start to get dire in the areas around us, in the cities and counties around us, how are we going to manage an influx of people coming here looking for resources or shelter? Right now, I don't really know how to even contemplate that. If large people are coming from up north or down south looking for a place to stay, or if the majority of the population decides to leave. But in this, so basically I'm hoping that we can spend some time to address that issue, because right now I'm not hearing it from the county, I'm not really hearing it from many different, I'm not hearing, I don't know if the county is reaching out to any of you council members, but they're not really, you know, I'm hearing a lot of transparency concerns from the public that I wish the county would really address. But I feel like in this moment right now, this issue is something that we can help the residents of the city deal with. So although I don't feel like this is the best solution that we could come up with, but we can only do so much in the time that we have now. So I feel that I would be in support of the motion that we're all speaking about. Thanks.
So you'd like to do a 2-month through May 31st ordinance preventing eviction for residential.
Yes.
Where do you stand on the commercial?
I feel like we need a little more time. I'm hopeful, you know, the president said that by Easter that it'll get better. And that's 19 days from now. Theoretically, if we do not leave our places of living for 19 days, yeah, theoretically everything should be better. But I just noticing from what I'm seeing that's happening here in this city alone, I'm not that hopeful, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. So I think we should just wait a little on that issue.
Okay, because one of the questions that we have on the table is sort of the bare bones of what the governor put forward. So you're not supportive of any kind of eviction prevention for commercial properties. What's on the table is that without saying what a time period for rental repayment. So that is a minimalist thing to do as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm willing to go with that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have so many notes. First of all, I'd like to echo what Ms. Gutierrez was saying. And if I interpreted your Spanish, okay, we're not trying to create a rental holiday. This is very serious. If you can pay your rent, please do, because there's a whole chain of responsibility that we have. I pay rent, I need to pay my landlord, and he uses that money, for whatever he pays for. So we're trying to help the most vulnerable doing this. I do support an eviction prevention ordinance. I personally like the idea of a repayment schedule because I thought that was going to give the property owners, residential and commercial, some assurance that they would get paid back. But if our ordinance is clear that this is rent deferral and not waiver, with the sentence that you were throwing in, which is in there, you're obligated to pay this money eventually, and the property owner or the building owner has every right to get it back. Okay, then I'm good. I'm good with that. And then just in the bigger picture, we don't want people out on the street. So I really appreciate that, Ms. Harmon, how you clarified that it's we're protecting public health by keeping people in their units. I can't read my own note. For people who are asking about relief in general, the federal government will have a relief package. If those of you who are following it, they're really arm wrestling, but it looks like regular old people will get a grant or get relief. I guess I should say it that way. The Santa Barbara Foundation has created a relief fund for individuals and for organizations. UndocuFund, I'm starting to see that they're raising money for our undocumented residents, and they certainly need some relief. I support the 20-day time frame because if Ms. Jeppesen says 5 and other cities have said 30, I think that's a nice middle there that is protective of everybody. So I'm hoping you'll all agree to go along with staff recommendation on that one. We come back mid-May to make any adjustments. I used to work for a man that said, we'll be smarter later. We're going to be smarter later, mid-May. Excuse me, I'm like you looking at my notes, Ms. Gutierrez. The rental housing mediation program, I think, can help us with a script, even a letter of some kind that renters can take to their property owners. Mr. Casey, what I would ask is for you to cost out because we're going to have budget talks pretty soon. If it's a half-time person, what would that cost? And then we can make proper decisions. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I totally agree. I think the workload is going to increase in that work unit, and I clearly see it's a priority, so let me just evaluate that and come back with a recommendation.
Okay, I think we are supportive of you doing that. That's okay. We're preventing homelessness. And then for people who are concerned, Mr. Kalan, please confirm this. A landlord can evict a tenant, this is residential, for other reasons besides not paying rent. So if they were destroying the property or doing criminal activity, do I have that right? The protection is as it relates to income and the coronavirus.
That's correct, Mayor. The state law we talked about on February 11th, AB 1482, created statewide just cause eviction. Among the just causes was non-payment of rent. The governor suspended that portion of AB 1482.
Okay, so that's clear. And then before I forget, I just want to thank city staff and Ms. Gorman and everyone in City TV and other staff who put together this ability to come in by telephone. And I'm sure people are watching on TV. We're distancing ourselves very well today, and we're trying to set an example for people in public spaces. And I do need to say we should really all pay attention to our social and physical distancing. So, Mr. Casey, did you have are you taking notes? Do you want me to, Mr. Kalan? Okay, Mr. Kalan, what are you, Ms. Gutierrez? Okay, Ms. Gutierrez, and then a question from Ms. Sneddon, and then we'll try to formulate a motion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam. I actually have a question for the city attorney. For those landlords that actually come to an agreement with the renters that is actually even a lot better than what we're proposing today, would you suggest that there's documentation for that agreement, that the renters have some sort of proof so later on the landlord doesn't come back and say, hey, you still owe me those 2 months, when, during this time the landlord said, maybe they said, don't pay me for the month of April, but then we come in August and he says, you still owe me for April. So would we suggest that when those agreements, or give advice to the renters and landlords to have those type of agreements documented?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, of course, and even more so if there is not a repayment period in the ordinance, because having a repayment period in the ordinance gives some structure to it. Without that, each individual owner and tenant will need to work that out for themselves, so they should write it down.
Thank you. That was it.
Ms. Snedden.
I have a lot of confusion about the open-ended repayment. Documentation of what the agreement is this beyond a year? If it has no ending on it at all, I don't understand why someone would pay it. If it has no deadline, why would you pay it? I'm wondering if we could do 6 months or as negotiated between the tenant and the landlord, and then if they come up with some different agreement, then there's a different agreement. Otherwise, I actually would rather it be 3 months, but I don't see the will of the council here going with that. But I think we should have a default number. I mean, who of us would? I wouldn't pay a bill if it didn't have a deadline. I would say put that off later.
It looks like Ms. Harmon has a response.
So it's not that it doesn't have a deadline, it's that it's immediately due and payable. So if we don't have a repayment period, then the landlord, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Colon, but say this ends May 31st and we don't have a repayment period, on June 1st, the landlord could say to the tenant, the rent is due and payable. If you don't have it, I'm going to take an unlawful detainer action and evict you for non-payment of past rent because there's no 6-month period. Now, there are market reasons why a landlord wouldn't do that, but part of the problem with saying you have to do it in 3 months is that we're not economists. We don't know what's coming down, whether that a tenant will be able to do that, whether the landlord will be disinclined to negotiate, and that's the point that I was trying to make. A landlord's not going to be as likely to want to negotiate a deal if any deal that he makes will not have to be dealt with for 3 months. So the point is, let's not get involved in that dynamic at this moment today. Let's just do the point on evictions right now, and when we come back May 15th or whatever that date is, we'll have more information about the way the markets have gone, the way that this crisis has evolved, the opportunities for help that people have, and we'll be able to make the determination about whether we need to put in some period. But I think if we're going to make a choice at all, I mean, 3 months is as arbitrary as 6 months is as arbitrary as 1 year. So I think we shouldn't do anything at all rather than picking 3 months. It's implied they will have to pay it back, and it is implied that they have to negotiate with the landlord. It would be my response. I would be uncomfortable making a statement.
I'm less comfortable now, actually, than I was before, because then you have somebody who hasn't paid rent for 2 months because they have no job. You've lifted the stay at home, and now they're expected to pay it immediately. Seems to me a much bigger burden. I don't understand that, frankly. I mean, I understand the words you're saying. I don't understand why any property owner would be incentivized to allow 3 months or 6 months. I don't understand how that helps a tenant. Okay. I would like there to be a default number in there so that if people don't get to mediation in time, if there isn't a signed thing on both sides, I think we're just opening up for just a big can of worms of each one of these being negotiated independently. I think really strongly there should be a default number, whatever that number is, unless negotiated separately.
Okay, well, just to continue the discussion, Jordan has something to say, and so does Friedman.
So my intent was we'd actually be silent on this. We wouldn't be saying you have an unlimited amount of time. That wasn't, which is how I heard you say that, is we just actually be silent, and maybe the FAQs would say, we're silent because we've been told by all the parties involved that they can figure this out and work with it themselves. So maybe technically on June 1st, the rent is due, but I seem to have heard from lots of landlords that say we would never start foreclosure or start eviction processes on June 1st for somebody that didn't have the money for the prior 2 months. That we have nobody to replace them with. We get that. We have the relationships with our tenants. And so my intent of what we were discussing was we would just be silent on the payback process itself and let the parties involved take care of that. Now, I get
What
that.
about the tenants?
Well, because the tenants would be party to that discussion. Not me, not an ordinance, but the tenant and the landlord would be party as each particular tenant's unique situation gets discussed with each particular landlord's unique situation. It's not an arbitrary call like 3, 6, 12 months.
I'm sorry, I just don't see a protection for the tenant in terms of what bargaining power do they have? I don't, but I understand what you're saying.
I think, so the bargaining power I think they have is there's nobody to put in their place, frankly. There won't be for some time. So
Well,
that's the way I understood it.
Okay, well, Mr. Friedman, but Ms. Harmon, you have to turn on your microphone if you're saying something.
The other thing too, if someone does get evicted, it's not as if the landlord gets those 2 months back. So the landlord, part of the tenant's bargaining power is if you take them through the eviction process, you lose those 2 months as well as your current tenant without someone necessarily to move in. So that's part of the bargaining power that the tenant has. It's not like you get evicted and you still owe those 2 months. You just don't pay it. You don't owe it. It's.
Let's hear from Mr. Friedman, because
So
the county did it, and go ahead, what was the?
So, Councilman Sten, those are great questions. I wrestled with those too, because originally I was of the same opinion as a week ago, where the 6 month that we originally had thought would have been the incentive to get it done. But as I've talked with individuals and did it by myself, this is how I came to it: is if we put in a time frame, it would hurt. It could very well actually hurt the renter, because come June 1st, they will get a rent increase no matter what, because they would have their regular rent that's due, and they would start having to pay back. They basically get a 1/3 rent increase, because if we had the 6 month payback for 2 months, that's 1/3 of your rent. And so you would basically, starting June 1st, be paying your normal rent plus an additional 1/3. So that's a very likely outcome if we put in something along 6 months, or 3 months, it would be even a higher rent increase. The other aspect is that the way I've looked at it is that by not having that in there, but it's why I asked the question earlier, we can come back a month from now and put in this very same ordinance that has it, but during that month, the landlords and the tenants could have movement, and we could see there's a very real possibility that there could be negotiations where rents could be lowered. They could factor in the 2 months that isn't being paid as part of future rents, so that there could be rent decreases coming out of this. But if we were to say that 6 months from now you have to have this repaid, it could actually force the landlords, or the landlords will say, well, you're gonna have to repay it anyways. Why am I gonna lower this rent right now? What if I keep it? I could make more later. It's kind of counterintuitive, and I struggled with this a lot, and I finally came to that conclusion. But for me, it was, if we have a 6 month, June 1st, it's almost like giving a rent increase, and I don't want to put any rent increase at this time. And I'd like to see if there is a way that the parties, that the landlords and the tenants, could work it out and do that.
Is that not a rent increase unless otherwise negotiated between? I mean, otherwise you're talking about you're concerned about a 30% rent increase, but this is due upon the next month. Is the entire amount? That's much bigger than 30%.
But the
way
evicted.
It's
been explained to me is that, yes, technically what you're saying is correct, but there would be more of an incentive without the timeline for these negotiations to stabilize the rent or even decrease it to take place. And we have a backstop that come May, we can look back and say they haven't taken place, and we can look at another ordinance a month from now. that could, if that hasn't taken place.
I'm going to say my last thing on this. I don't know how anybody else does finances, but if I'm month to month, which even we pay a mortgage, it's month to month, I need to know what my bill is going to be next month. I don't need to wait on city council to come back 2 weeks at a time and tell me, well, actually, now you're going to owe it. Now you're not going to owe it. This is the amount you're going to owe. I can support. There are a lot of things about this I have issues with, but I can support this. But this open-ended, I understand the words that you're saying, and it's clear to me, like we've all spoken to people. I've been speaking to people all week too. You all seem to have been speaking to the same people, and this isn't an argument that I've heard. So I'm trying to understand it right now. I've talked to property owners also who are saying something entirely opposite of this. So I'm just trying to reconcile. I mean, I have to just take on faith what you're saying, even though it doesn't make sense to me. And you said it's counterintuitive. It remains counterintuitive to me. I won't keep arguing the point. I just don't. I don't want to vote for something that has absolutely no time on it. I understand what you're saying. That's silent on the time, and so it's due the very next month. To me, that doesn't offer the tenant protections.
We can, when we fashion the motion, we can pull that one out. You can vote for everything else if it comes to that. We'll see. We'll see where we get. Mr. Kahlon?
Madam Mayor, you could do that by a series of motions to amend, but an ordinance is not a severable vote.
And we need 5 votes on this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Kahlon, I am tasking you with restating. It seems to me there's a majority of us that, okay.
The only one I haven't heard what I would consider consensus on was Councilmember Jordan's suggestion that the 20-day notice period work before or after the rent is due. I believe that was your suggestion.
I think I'm pretty much still the only one with that suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, my suggestion was actually for the first, your explanation was a noticing issue. And my feeling on that was like anybody that's got a problem to be noticed in April, that certainly has a problem in May also. So why do we need the same noticing time reference? So, but I didn't see any traction from anybody up there.
Okay, then the changes I have are to make sure subtenants are included. I've added amendments that do that. In addition, I have taken out the 6-month provision, replacing it only with nothing in this ordinance shall relieve a tenant of liability for deferred rent. I've deleted the exception to no late fees so that it reads, an owner may not charge a late fee for rent that is deferred pursuant to this ordinance, period. I have eliminated the requirement that deferred rent payments be immediately due and payable should the tenant terminate the lease, because you've addressed that with May 31. I've added definitions of commercial and residential tenant. I did that so that in commercial tenant, I could exclude publicly traded corporations from the definition. The definition of residential tenant also includes subtenants. And that's all the changes. If I've got it correct, well, I'll be quiet. If I've got it correct, I can print a red line and a clean copy. Council can review the red line, and then the clerk can read the clean copy when you're ready.
I think we need to take a break while you and the clerk work that out. Okay?
Do I have everything in the draft that you would like? Did I catch everything?
I think so, but the only thing I also wanted to say about one of Mr. Jordan's suggestions was that the rental housing mediation program would not arbitrate or mediate any commercial leases. It's totally, I thought that's what you said. If you and I want to work together, and like if people are arguing on the commercial side, let's work on that.
But I, you know, there's 2 halves to this, and I get that, but I just think we're we're saying go work it out to both halves, but we only have a structure to help one of those halves. So I'd like to work on that.
Then let's do. Ms. Gutierrez, something else?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
And can you get close to the microphone? I don't know why I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Loud.
So my question, is there a way that we can add a sentence where it says, where we kind of allow the negotiation also between landlords and renters, like, how would I word this? If some, where we kind of put it on the ordinance where we're encouraging those conversations to have before looking at the ordinance. Is there some way we can include that where we're kind of encouraging that conversation first?
Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, yes, you can include language that encourages owners to work out reasonable repayment schedules with their tenants.
And for the people that are out there watching, the reason that I'm asking this is because, again, there are landlords that are not, they actually really care for the renters. I mean, I know landlords that have renters there for 15, 20, 30 years. And sometimes their negotiation is going to be a lot better than what we've decided here. So that's why I'm bringing this up. I just want to make that clear.
Okay. You have your orders and your direction, and we'll take 5 or 10 minutes so that you and the clerk can work it out, because we have to read every word, right, before we vote on it?
That's correct, Mayor. And then I am going to add a sentence responsive to Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez.
I don't see any objection, so that sounds good.
Okay.
We're in recess. We'll call this meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council back to order. The item we're on, Ms. Clerk, is number 4. Mr. Kalan, if you would, for people tuning in right at this moment, you've prepared an ordinance. We made some changes to it. Would you highlight or give us the highlights, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to identify the changes as against the ordinance that was published in the packet. So if anyone's following electronically, beginning with section 2, paragraph A, in lines 1 and 2, insert after the word agent, paren, including a tenant with subtenants. In paragraph B of page 1, add after tenant or subtenant. In section 3A on page 2, in the first line, include the parenthetical, including a tenant with subtenants. In subsection 3B on page 2, after the word tenant, insert or subtenant. On page 3, in paragraph C, delete the entire last sentence that begins the owner and ends May 31, 2020. In section 4A, insert a period at the end of the first line following the word rent. Delete the remainder of that sentence and the entire second sentence. So the next sentence is the third line from the bottom that begins, an owner may not charge a late fee for rent that is deferred pursuant to this ordinance, period. There's an insertion at that point. Owners and tenants are encouraged to work to develop mutually acceptable repayment schedules. Paragraph C is deleted in its entirety. In the definitions, renumbered paragraph C, there's an addition of a new one. That's a definition of commercial tenant. And it reads, a tenant or subtenant other than a publicly traded corporation which rents or leases space for retail commercial purposes, not including office space. There's an addition of a new subparagraph C4, which is a definition of residential tenant, and it reads, a tenant or subtenant occupying property zoned or used for residential purposes. And that's all the changes, Mayor. You have in front of you both a red line and a clean version that are ready to be read, should the council so desire.
Very good. And we had a lot of question and discussion and a little bit of a debate before we broke. And now would be the time to make any final comments. The whole thing has to be read before we vote. And correct me if I'm not summarizing correctly, sir. So this is to prevent eviction of commercial and residential tenants through May 31st.
That's correct, Mayor, with the important requirement that on or before April 21st, any tenant who wishes to take advantage of this ordinance needs to provide a detailed written notice to their property owner.
And that our rental housing mediation program, or maybe groups like CAUSE, would be able to advise tenants who would need help working through that process?
Yes, Mayor, and our office will have posted tomorrow bilingual frequently asked questions to address some of these issues.
And some of us are still concerned about the fact that this ordinance, as it's written, has taken out that 6-month time period where we were originally thinking we want those rental payments to be due. So we took that out, and the debate has been about whether that would be helpful to tenants or not. I've thought about it, and we could give landlords and tenants, commercial and residential, time to work out their own agreements. We can come back mid-May and put a time frame then. Mr. Kalan, if we, in this time period, trying to figure out how those relationships are going, the relief we might get from the state, the relief we might get from the federal government, we can make changes to this ordinance in mid-May ahead of the May 31st. Is it sunset date? Is that the way to say it?
Mayor, yes, it is a sunset on the governor's executive order of May 31. And yes, you can make changes with one caveat. Whatever you enact at that time, if you enact anything, should respect private agreements that have been reached under the encouragement language you added today.
That sounds very wise. So Ms. Snedden and then Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for taking the time to listen to each of our concerns and to summarize it in that way. It's very helpful. We do need an eviction moratorium. I'm in complete agreement with that. I have been concerned about the payment in full right after the date of this, but I'm confident that if we do revisit this in May, if we have a commitment to at least discuss this again in May, then I can live with taking more time to see how the repayment options might evolve over this coming period of time. So I can vote in support of this if we will come back in May and at least reevaluate if we need to be looking at a different repayment structure.
Very good. Ms. Harmon?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, you summarized my closing thoughts perfectly. I don't think I have anything else to add to your summary.
Okay. Mr. Jordan?
I have a question for Mr. Casey. So I'm looking at my calendar. The 26th is a day off for council, right? So I'm concerned that if you tried to do that on the 19th and ran into trouble, we'd be in trouble. I mean, can we assume it, or so I guess the suggestion I'm having is actually comes back on the 12th of May. And we know when that is, time certain, and that'll work.
I don't have the calendar in front of me, but mid-May, May 12th sounds like the Ides of May to me.
If it was the 19th, you'd only have that one day to do it before the expiration on May 31st, which just puts the pressure on to do something on that one day.
We need pressure. No, we don't.
No.
I don't see anyone objecting to May 12th as the date that we're looking at coming back. And if there's no other comment, we'll ask the clerk if she's in good voice over there. Do you need a cough drop? No, you're ready to please go ahead and read the ordinance as required by law.
An uncodified emergency ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara enacting a temporary moratorium on evictions for non-payment of rent by residential and commercial tenants who have been harmed financially as a result of COVID-19. The City Council of the City of Santa Barbara does ordain as follows. Section 1, Findings and Determinations. This ordinance is an exercise of the city's police power to enact emergency limitations on residential and commercial evictions, notwithstanding any preemptive or restrictive provision of state law, as authorized by the Governor's Executive Order N-2820. This ordinance is necessary as an emergency measure to be effective immediately for the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety for the facts and reasons set forth in City Council Resolution Number 20-021, ratifying and proclaiming the existence of a local emergency, which facts and reasons are incorporated by this reference. Section 2, Residential Tenancies. A. The owner of residential real property or the owner's agent, including a tenant with subtenants, shall grant a rent or lease payment deferral to a tenant who has notified the owner or the owner's agent of a significant negative change to their household financial condition, as provided in subsection B below. Upon receipt of such notice, the owner or agent shall not take any action to terminate the tenancy for non-payment of rent, or to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent, if the tenant's notice states that they are unable to pay all or part of their rent, including lease payments, because of a significant negative change to their household financial condition as a result of COVID-19 or any private or governmental actions resulting from COVID-19, including but not limited to termination of employment, significantly reduced hours of employment, layoff, or significant salary reduction, period. B, a residential tenant or subtenant may invoke the protections provided by this ordinance by notifying the property owner or the owner's agent in writing, including email if commonly used, of the significant negative change to their household financial condition within 20 days after a rent or lease payment is due. The tenant's notice must describe the significant negative change to the tenant's household financial condition and shall include the amount of the rent or lease payment that the tenant believes they can make on a current monthly basis and the amount the tenant seeks to defer during the emergency. The tenant's written notice shall include documentation that establishes a significant negative change to their household financial condition. An owner or the owner's agent shall keep confidential all medical or financial information contained in a notice, except when disclosure is both necessary to enforce the owner's rights under this ordinance and is otherwise lawful. C, upon request of the tenant, any residential tenancy which may by its terms expire before May 31st, 2020 shall be extended on the same terms until May 31st, 2020, or such later date as specified by the action of the City Council that extends the expiration date of this ordinance. At that time, unless the lease specifies that it would have converted to a month-to-month tenancy, the lease will end. The owner shall offer a 1-year lease extension pursuant to Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 26.40 at that time, but may deduct from that extension the amount of time from the original termination date of the prior lease to May 31st, 2020. D, any rents or lease payments that are deferred pursuant to this ordinance shall remain the lawful debt and obligation of the tenant. Section 3, Commercial Tenancies. A, the owner of commercial real property or the owner's agent, including a tenant with subtenants, shall grant a rent or lease payment deferral to a tenant who has notified the owner or the owner's agent of unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions as provided in subsection B below. Upon receipt of such notice, the owner or agent shall not take any actions to terminate the tenancy for non-payment of rent or to evict a tenant for non-payment of rent if the tenant's notice states that they are unable to pay all or part of their rent, including lease payments, because of an unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions as a result of COVID-19 or any private or governmental actions resulting from COVID-19. B, a commercial tenant or subtenant may invoke the protections provided by this ordinance by notifying the property owner or the owner's agent in writing, including email if commonly used, of the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions within 20 days after a rent or lease payment is due. The tenant's notice must describe the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions and shall include the amount of the rent or lease payment that the tenant believes they can make on a current monthly basis and the amount the tenant seeks to defer during the emergency. The tenant's written notice shall include documentation that establishes the unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions. An owner or the owner's agent shall keep confidential all medical or financial information contained in a notice, except when disclosure is both necessary to enforce the owner's rights under the ordinance and otherwise lawful. C, upon request of this tenant, any commercial tenancy which would by its terms expire before May 31st, 2020, shall be extended on the same terms until May 31st, 2020, or such later date as specified by the action of the City Council that extends the expiration date of this ordinance. At that time, unless the lease specifies that it would have converted to a month-to-month tenancy, the lease will end. D, any rents or lease payments that are deferred pursuant to this ordinance shall remain the lawful debt and obligation of the tenant. Section 4, General Terms and Remedies. A, nothing in this ordinance shall relieve a tenant of liability for deferred rent. An owner may not charge a late fee for rent that is deferred pursuant to this ordinance. Owners and tenants are encouraged to work to develop mutually accessible repayment schedules. B, if a tenant fails to pay deferred rent, an owner may enforce a tenant's obligation by any remedy available at law or in equity. C, definitions. For purposes of this ordinance, the following words and phrases shall be defined as set forth below. 1. Commercial tenant. A tenant or subtenant other than a publicly traded corporation, which rents or leases space for retail commercial purposes, not including office space. 2. Deferred rent. Any rent or lease payments which are deferred under this ordinance. 3. Unforeseeable emergency commercial conditions. A substantial decrease in business income or substantial out-of-pocket medical expenses or reduced hours of operation or modes of operation. 4. Residential tenant. A tenant or subtenant occupying property zoned or used for residential purposes. 5. Significant negative change to their household financial condition. A substantial decrease in household income as a result of any of the following. A. being sick with COVID-19, or caring for a household or family member who is sick with COVID-19. B, layoff, loss of compensable work hours, or other income reduction resulting from business closure or other economic or employer impacts of COVID-19. C, compliance with an order or recommendation from a government authority to stay home, self-isolate or quarantine, or avoid congregating with others during the state of emergency. D, extraordinary out-of-pocket medical expenses as a result of COVID-19. Or E, childcare needs arising from school closures related to COVID-19. D, noncompliance with this ordinance may be asserted as an affirmative defense in an unlawful detainer action or other litigation. A tenant asserting an affirmative defense bears the burden of demonstrating a significant negative change to their household financial condition or unforeseeable emergency commercial condition as applicable. E, the owner shall have a cause of action for repayment of any deferred rent or lease payment, in addition to any other remedies provided by law, which arises upon the occurrence of both 1, failure of the tenant to repay any lease or lease payment deferred under this ordinance, and 2, termination of the local emergency. F, this ordinance shall not apply to eviction notices served on or before March 17th, 2020. G, this ordinance shall not be interpreted to diminish the rights of tenants pursuant to state law, nor to prohibit lawful terminations of tenancies for just cause other than non-payment of rent. H, this ordinance shall be enforceable as provided in Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapters 1.25 and 1.28. I, severability. If any provision of this ordinance is found to be unconstitutional or otherwise invalid by any court of competent jurisdiction, that invalidity shall not affect the remaining provisions of this ordinance, which can be implemented without the invalid provisions. And to this end, the provisions of this ordinance are declared to be severable. The City Council hereby declares that it would have adopted this ordinance and each provision thereof, irrespective of whether any one or more provisions are found invalid, unconstitutional, or otherwise unenforceable. Section 5, expiration. Sections 2A and 3A of this ordinance will expire on May 31st, 2020, unless extended by action of the City Council.
Very nice, Ms. Gorman. Thank you for that. If there's no other questions or comments, we'll do a roll call vote on this very important measure.
I'll move it.
Second.
Who made the motion? Friedman? And a second from Harmon. Is that all the motion has to say, Mr. Kalan? That we're adopting the ordinance? Okay. With the understanding that we're coming back May 12th.
Councilmember Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilmember Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon?
Yes.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. So that's unanimous. Mr. Kalan, thanks for working so hard. Ms. Gorman, thanks for working so hard. Before I close this item, we have another one on coronavirus, but people might be tuning out. And I wanted to say there's been a lot of concern about the public information coming out of our city. We intend to increase that. We don't have a city council meeting next week. We have a little breathing room. I want all of us to get next door accessibility citywide. We're only have access to our individual neighborhoods. We've been getting a lot of suggestions about that. People are asking why we're not holding more press conferences. They might not understand that the county public health department is the lead on coronavirus. That doesn't mean that we can't have press conferences. We don't want to contradict any of their information, but we'll be looking at our public outreach in the next couple of days. People are home, they're looking for information, and we need to be giving them that information. So we'll go ahead and close that item. And it looks like our next item is actually on topic for that subject. Ms. Clerk, can you read the next item into the record?
Yes. Yes. Item 5, coronavirus update.
Mr.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Casey.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. We did want to take this opportunity to give a little update on the coronavirus and especially kind of promote the messaging that we're doing in the community and what is being asked of the community. But so I'll have Ms. Johnson do that. But first, I think we'd like Fire Chief Nickel to come up and just give a little status of the incident itself.
You want me to start over?
Did City TV say they couldn't hear anything?
Oh, we'll start over. That was just a warm-up.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Please, Chief Nickel.
Good evening, Mayor Murillo, council members, Eric Nickel, Fire Chief. I'm here to give a quick briefing and update from not just the fire department's perspective, but really most of the city services perspective. And if I had to summarize it into one phrase, is your city continues to work. Day in and day out, whether it's police, fire, public works, Parks and Rec, waterfront, we continue to serve the citizens of this community in a really dynamic and difficult circumstance, probably a once in a lifetime. Before I start my comments about what's going on internally in the city, the County Department of Public Health announced this afternoon at their 4:30 press conference that they are up to 24 confirmed COVID-19 cases within the county. And if you watch the daily press briefings that occur, the public health officials are very clear. They believe there's many more than that are going on, walking, in the county right now. We continue to serve the community with minimal impacts. Your city employees are on the front lines of providing services to the community. We have made some service modifications. And they've been instituted primarily to kind of one of three reasons. One is to minimize our employees' exposure to potential COVID-19 cases that are out there in the community. We're protecting some limited resources. We only have a certain number of, city folks, fire apparatus, police officers, those types of things. And we're trying to serve the community as best we can. Now, this starts right now in the 911 center. We've modified how we take in these 911 calls. For general sickness, general illness, we are spending more time on that 911 line with that person calling in and asking some very specific questions to make sure that, is this a COVID-19 or do they fall into a category where it could be a COVID-19 type patient? On the law enforcement side, some of the lower priority cases where maybe an officer would have gone out before, they're now handling that over the phone. And again, to minimize that exposure and to promote social distancing. Police, fire, and EMS personnel are evaluating COVID-19 patients initially from a distance when we arrive at scene. So instead of running into a room with maybe 5 or 6 emergency personnel, we might have one person at the door. And if you've seen some of our social media posting, we're dressing differently. We're wearing gowns, goggles, and the N95 masks to promote safety not only for our employees, but also for the patients. We're also working with the county EMS office. We're changing some of our treatment modalities to really minimize the amount of aerosolized bodily fluids that could happen in some of our treatment things, whether it's giving oxygen or albuterol for somebody who's having some breathing difficulty. I do want to highlight that one of the challenges that we're having right now, you've read nationally, and it also applies to us locally, we have some supply challenges. Some of our personal protective equipment is in short stock. We are good right now for a couple weeks with gowns, goggles, and masks, but we do have some shortages of the gowns. And we're trying to get that just like everybody else. One of the things that has happened here in the county that I do want to highlight is we have a countywide incident management team, and the incident management team is really skilled in logistics and putting plans together. And that's been operated in a unified approach with both law and fire for a number of years. The team was activated for this, and the team has now joined forces with the County Office of Emergency Management and County Public Health as one unified team. So I know there were some hiccups initially. One of the things that the incident management team brings, our expertise, is running a system. We're not the public health experts, but we know how to put a plan together for the next 24 hours. We're not the public health doctor, but we know how to work the logistics supply chains, because instead of ordering things for thousands of firefighters for a wildland fire, we know how to access supply chains to order these types of supplies. So instead of 15 different individual orders that are being placed for gowns, goggles, masks. It's now one order from the unified team. Just this afternoon, the team was able to provide Cottage Hospital with 1,000 of these N95 masks that we were able to procure through some of our sources through the team. So I think the point there is we're working together in a coordinated, unified approach with public health, with Office of Emergency Management, as well as the incident management team. We have at least 5 of our fire department members that are part of this incident management team, and they are supporting that as well as supporting the day-to-day operations of the city. It's not a full-time commitment to them. The city has activated its EOC. That was done very early on. And it's activated right now at the lowest level. So the room is set up, but really the only person that is assigned to that right now is the city's emergency manager, Yoli McGlinchey. Public Works continues to take care of the city's infrastructure. You've noticed there's street construction that's still going on, completely appropriate, and really we need to do those things to maintain the city's infrastructure, whether it's the road network, the sewer network, the water network, the wastewater treatment. So that continues to work. Each city department has been tasked by City Administrator Paul Casey to put together our own contingency plans, our own continuity of operations plans. So each city department has their own plan, and the continuity of operation does things like, how do we stagger work shifts? What happens if we lose half of our employees because they have to isolate for 14 days, or they're quarantined, or they're ill? So each one of the departments has put together these plans so we can continue providing service to the community. And then the other thing that we just recently did, we've assisted Cottage Hospital in setting up their surge capacity tent. So if you go by Cottage Hospital, you see that there is a tent that is set up that will allow them to surge if they need, some more space. And then the last thing that I just want to share with you, we've been very active in communications and bilingual communications. A real shout out to the whole community committee. If you are, listening to Spanish radio broadcast, Radio Bronco, you'll see that Liliana is on there literally every other day because things are changing. And, things are changing very frequently. So we're spending a lot of time getting the word out about internally what the city is doing. We've got the city's website with the daily updates and kind of what's going on. And again, all of this stuff is changing. But we've really been out there trying to get all of the information translated into both English or Spanish from English. So that's just an example of some of the things that are going on right now. We're all working very hard under really unusual circumstances. We're getting better at doing the go-to web meetings and seeing everybody's face. It's nice to actually be in a room and see you all. Though I can't come up and shake your hand. I can give you an elbow, but that's an example of what's going on. And the message is we're all working together, and we're taking care of the community, and the city continues to work.
Madam Mayor, if I could just follow up just a couple things before turning it over to Ms. Johnson or answering any questions. I want to just highlight, an example, and the chief mentioned this earlier today about midday, got an email from Juan Werf, the CEO of Cottage Hospital, and said they were kind of doing a public call to agencies and stuff for masks, gowns, or whatever they could, just to start stockpiling those resources that they know they're going to need. And we were able to respond within 4 hours. The library had some N95 masks that were left from the Thomas fire. And quite honestly, we kept half because we want them for our first responders as well, but then donated the other half to Cottage Hospital. And I know the city of Goleta was able to donate some, and Buellton was able to donate some as well. And so that's just kind of some of the collaboration that's happening to prepare for what we know is a wave that's coming forward that's going to be hard. And then just wanted to reiterate a little bit on the construction side, because it's a little confusing to the community, especially with the utilities out there working. For instance, we have a water main project that was already underway, and so it's very difficult to stop a project halfway. And so we're going to need to finish some of those projects out in the community, and we're messaging to the neighbors really carefully, explaining to them that this isn't by choice, we have to do it. It is inconvenient when you're sheltering at home to have your water turned off for a number of hours, but it's one of those types of projects that we need to complete and get to a more appropriate condition to then kind of stand down and not do as much construction in the community. So the community will see some construction from city crews in the next few days. We're not going to start new projects that tear up roads and stuff, but we do need to kind of finish ones that are kind of in the middle. And then you also see Edison and SoCal Gas that are out kind of finishing projects as well. And so in one regard, with the traffic being very light, it's a good time to be working in the street. But on the other hand, we don't want to be impacting people as they're sheltering in place.
And Mr. Casey, private construction is approved under the governor's order of staying at home. There were 16 different infrastructure sectors. And so we are getting some calls about private construction, but it is one of the permitted activities.
That is correct, Madam Mayor. It's been determined that construction is one of the allowed essential activities, and then that requires us to be staffing our building inspectors and plan checkers and that stuff to support that industry as well.
Very good. Any questions for the chief or Mr. Jordan?
Just, I'm not sure as one of you, but I see a lot of chatter about a state of enforcement and who's supposed to enforce and who's not. And kind of when I get the opportunity, I just probably too bluntly say it's a kind of an education and self-enforcement situation. But there seems, I just wondered if you could just talk about our role or not our role in who's making sure that the 7 Jordans walking down the street all live together, that type of thing.
Good question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a great question. It's one you're all getting a number of emails. We're getting emails. Ms. Johnson will talk about a little bit more about some of the education we're going to do. The consensus across the state from the governor on down is that we don't want to take a law enforcement approach towards the governor's orders. We want to do good messaging, good education, quite frankly, good peer pressure. For people to do the right thing. And so that's been consistent across all law enforcement agencies. There's been a lot of conversation about that. That being said, we are reaching out to businesses as we get complaints and talking to them and educating them. Set up a little task force team just in the last day or two to deal with those emails that we're getting from constituents to be able to be more responsive to it. As need be, we sometimes use firefighters or police officers to have a uniform presence just to give a little more gravitas to the request. But we are not writing tickets. We are asking people to comply with the order. This is about public safety and public health, and we all need to do our part. We'll talk more about the social distancing issue with regards to people being out and about. The state has been very clear that they do want people to exercise, to get fresh air, to walk the dog, but they want us to practice social distancing. And I think we've seen, especially in some larger population areas, where that hasn't been happening. And so that's a challenge. It's a very tough balance for people's sanity to get out and get some fresh air, but at the same time really practice hunkering down, because the better we hunker down, the better we're all going to be in the long run. So Ms. Johnson will have more on that as well.
Any other questions at this juncture? Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for the chief. A lot of the people in the community are asking about testing sites they've seen on TV, the car where you pull in the car and you get a quick test if you feel you have symptoms of the coronavirus. Do you have any information on that?
Great question, Madam Mayor, council members. Testing has been the bugaboo from the earliest day of, the COVID-19 coming into the United States. There are not enough tests right now. There's not enough testing capacity to test that. The capacity is being built up. Right now, the direction from County Public Health has been, a very narrow group is eligible for the tests. And that group essentially is the healthcare providers, people who have traveled to some of these locations that have had identified COVID-19, and people that are presenting that have these symptoms. The assumption is you probably already have it. You should just go home and self-isolate or quarantine. So getting the tests will continue to be a challenge. Now, the drive-through, if the testing capacity continues to get built up, that may become more readily available. But I think the important message to remember with testing, and some of the public health doctors have been saying this, a test is that moment in time. You literally could get your results that you're negative go out in the community an hour later and be exposed to somebody and have it. So the important message right now is that social distancing, and if you are feeling any symptoms, stay at home. Don't come and expose other people. And it may just be a common cold, or it could be COVID-19. We don't know. But the testing is not widely available, and probably, for us, for the next 2 to 4 weeks, where we're kind of in this number where I think we're going to continue to see more numbers in this county, it's not going to make a difference. But if people are having these symptoms, they should stay at home. Yeah.
Are you good? Ms. Sneddon, a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned, and thank you, Chief. You mentioned information is coming out regularly. Where is the best place to go for the most current safety information?
Madam Mayor, Ms. Johnson will cover that a little bit. I will say the county has stepped up their communication efforts with these daily press briefings at 4:30. You can watch them from their webpage and their YouTube Live. I watched one of them on. And so I think those daily press briefings, if you really want the latest, most up-to-date information, I would watch those daily at 4:30. I would also encourage you to watch the governor. He's been doing press conferences as well and announcing major initiatives and stuff. And those don't happen at set times, so you kind of have to be just kind of aware and connected as to when those happen. And then Ms. Johnson will talk about the website that the county has set up that is kind of the best consolidated source of information.
Yeah, the only information that we're following or retweeting is either official government sources, whether it's federal, state, or local. It was really nice to see FEMA finally adopted a rumor control webpage. And I mean, I've been hearing these things for days from family members, from other colleagues, like a national lockdown, and you'd go to their rumor source. It's like, nope, not the case. One of the things that I forgot to mention that we have done internally in terms of that information source is we've reassigned one of our battalion chiefs. So Battalion Chief Chris Males, who was here for the very first presentation, he's our emergency medical services and training battalion chief. We have pulled him completely out of training. All he is doing right now is COVID 100% of the time. And he's serving as a source for the citywide, all the city employees. And we've sort of within fire, I guess we're as close to a sort of a healthcare provider plan that the city has. So Chris, Chief Males, has now kind of assumed the role of infection control officer, primarily for all the public safety folks in the police department, harbor patrol, airport, and fire. He's kind of that go-to phone call 24 hours a day. Hey, we think we might have had an interesting call. Does this qualify as an exposure? So we're trying to get that information out, not only internally with all the city staff, but then, as Nina will cover later on, for the general public.
Thank you.
Since you announced that the positive cases has gone up to 24, a lot of us on social media are trying to answer the question why the county is not saying the exact age, gender, and city where the infected person lives. And my understanding, and let's talk about it a little bit, because I think people are watching, that they don't want to give out until there's more cases. When there's more cases, they'll start to give out more information. But for instance, if the report says there's no one infected, for instance, just this is hypothetical, there's no cases in Goleta, then Goleta residents might think, oh, I can go out and they'll let their guard down, they'll go visit friends. And so they don't want anyone to feel too safe because the experts believe that the virus is everywhere. So if you have any comment on that, I think it would give people some comfort, because lack of information is making people feel panicky.
Well, and what you're seeing from the county health officials is they're saying North County, South County, that's as close to a geographical location as we're getting. They will also cite there are some patient privacy rules. Patients are entitled to privacy under HIPAA. And while this is a very dynamic situation and things are changing, we still have to remember that people are entitled to that privacy. This is ultimately a county decision. It's not our call. And I go with what I hear from the county health officer, assume that is in every community. Wash your hands, limit your time outside, and socially isolate, stay hunkered down.
Very good. Mr. Casey, you had something to add?
No, I agree. I think they're struggling with privacy issues while also trying to communicate with the public. And so there you can see, because we've been on conference calls where they get those questions directly. If you look at their press conferences, they get those questions directly from the media as well. And they just don't feel legally that it's appropriate for them to get more specific. The one call, and it was a couple days ago, so it may have changed, but they said if a city gets over 5 cases, that's kind of their threshold when they'll say it's more prominent in that city. But they did really want to stress that they think it's much more widespread than the testing is available, and so people should not try to take comfort or direction about these geographical distributions. And so far, the positive tests have come back pretty equally, South County and North County.
And I should add that myself and other mayors on that teleconference were encouraging more information than less, but I think they'll get to that point. Any other questions for the chief? And then Ms. Johnson, go ahead. We're here until we get all of our information out and our questions answered. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Nina Johnson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator. And I'll just add to some of the recent updates and how our city services have been adjusted and so forth, and also want to just highlight a few of the resources available for the business community that's so harshly affected at this time. On our website, we have a few places to get information. At the very top, that red bar, we always have that whenever we have a disaster emergency underway in our community. That takes the public to the county public health information portal. This is a site that you would want to go to, and it shows on the top right-hand corner, publichealthsbc.org, where all the latest media releases are, fact sheets, the number of cases, and it's regularly updated by the county. So we try to keep everyone heading to this site for public health information and breaking news. And there is a way to translate it. There's a button on the screen as soon as you get to that web page, and the entire site is fully translated to Spanish. So all information throughout is translated. I wanted to mention that we have spent a lot of time in terms of the city's efforts to use email, social media. A lot of our communication with the public is through email communication and sending regular newsletters and so forth. Anyone who has an interest in signing up for city email updates, if you go to santabarbaraca.gov/news, you can immediately get on the list and start receiving those updates when we send them. We have been sending sometimes several a day and sometimes every other day. We're trying to keep to about 3 times a week, but it depends on the urgency of the issue. And also sending that information in Spanish as well, as close as possible to when we send it in English, but sometimes there's a few hours of lag time. Right now, our highest priority is making sure the public understands social distancing and the governor's order to shelter in place. That is to stay home unless you are out to get food, care for a relative or friend, get necessary health care, go to an essential job, one of the 16 infrastructure, the critical areas that were outlined by the governor, or exercise alone or with your immediate family. Social distancing is the critical path to prevent and slow down the spread of the virus. We have been issuing in all of our various social media fronts, Nextdoor, Twitter, Facebook, a number of different graphics and suggestions to make sure that everyone is aware, even when you're outdoors, to maintain 6-foot distance at all times, on trails, in parks, on beaches. Schools are out, and this was spring break week, and it's important to continue to get the message out to anyone who needs that, to kids. Make sure we're not throwing parties or hanging out. It's time to stay at home unless you're attending to one of the areas I had mentioned before. You're getting food, going to a healthcare provider, and so forth. Many city services, essential services, and programs continue to be provided. We've talked about a number already through this meeting: water, wastewater, transportation, rental housing mediation. They are continuing even by phone and on email. Our staff is holding virtual meetings and using the telecommunication technology to be able to work from home. So our public counters have closed as of last week, and all departments and staff are now processing requests, payments, applications through email, by phone, through the drop box outside City Hall. You can leave payments there that would otherwise have been processed in City Hall. So those are continuing to get processed. The land development team also has an area for to drop off plans and to make sure that those continue to get reviewed. All of these services are available on our website. So it's fully translated. So we keep updating all of the instructions to interface and receive city services and any major significant updates. So looking at some of those updates, cruise ship visits, last time we were here, they were canceled through the spring, and they have now canceled through the fall. At the airport, flights continue to operate, but we're seeing less passengers. We've had some air service changes. Contour has canceled or suspended their air service, so they were servicing Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas, and then Alaska flights to Seattle have also been suspended. They're continuing service to Portland. But what we're looking at is that future flight capacity is likely to start dropping. We're projecting by about half over the course of the next month.
Ms. Johnson or Mr. Casey, for people who are asking us to close the airport, can you tell us why we cannot close the airport?
Madam Mayor, that is an issue that's up to the FAA, and it's not under the jurisdiction of Santa Barbara's airport staff.
Right. We're considered part of the federal transportation infrastructure. So just to let people know, but we do have protocols for cleanliness and disinfection at the airport. Okay.
That is correct.
Thanks.
The next city council meeting is canceled, and we have been looking at, we use the remote technology allowing remote participation in this meeting, and I think that seemed to go pretty well. We're looking at exploring options to conduct future board and commission meetings so that we allow advisory group participation and public participation remotely. The board and commission meetings through March, though, are canceled. Street sweeping is canceled in all residential neighborhoods, and there won't be any parking enforcement there until further notice. And we have also suspended parking, the timed parking enforcement downtown. We're still enforcing parking in red zones, however. And then as Mr. Casey had pointed out also, we have a lot of construction still underway, so electrical, gas upgrades, infrastructure upgrades, those continue, and staff continues to work also in helping them get permits for their work. We've had, in addition to the facilities and parks that we mentioned last week, a few more have closed. Skaters Point and all playgrounds in city parks are now closed to the public. Franceschi Park, Hilda Ray Park, and Schofield Park are now closed, and the beach volleyball courts also have closed. I guess I'll quickly just mention Los Baños Swimming Pool, Carrillo Gym, Carrillo Recreation Center, the Municipal Tennis Center, and all indoor recreation facilities have closed to the public. So it's the remaining city parks that remain open. All of our library branches are closed with a tentative reopening date of at least April 6th. You received a presentation from the library director last week. There are many programs available online, many resources that can be downloaded and sent to you. Visit sbplibrary.org to learn more. Just shifting gears in terms of how can we be helping local businesses. This is really an unprecedented time for our business community, and the public, many people have asked how can they be helping, what can we be doing. Social distancing requirements, unfortunately, have meant that many businesses needed to close their doors and they don't have any revenue coming in. Others, because they may not be required to close, but they've closed their doors because they don't have enough pedestrian traffic, so they have needed to close their doors. And others have pivoted their business model. They're being more creative and figuring out ways to keep some employees on staff and keep a limited revenue stream coming in. So there are some ways to support our business community, making purchases online wherever possible. Many of our brick and mortar retail stores had an online presence before, and others are now quickly transitioning to that. So you can buy items online. So shop local however you can. Buying gift cards so you can make a future purchase. Restaurants, they are closed for those who are wanting to sit inside the restaurant, but you can order takeout and delivery. So many restaurants have now created areas on their website and instructions to order delivery and get takeout. And I'd also even throw in there wine tasting rooms that are closed. Many of them also have instructions to order shipments and to keep commerce going. A few groups have also looked at GoFundMe, fundraising efforts to help staff or employees at different restaurants and so forth. So these are just some of the ways that we can continue to support the business community when they've had their doors closed. We had Bruce Stensley from the Economic Development Collaborative here last week. The Economic Development Collaborative serves Santa Barbara and Ventura counties, and they are a hub of resources for employers and employees. This is a website, and I will have the actual website address on the next page, where we have a lot of information for the business community, so it's getting a lot of traffic right now. And here is that website, EDC Collaborative, edcollaborative.com. It contains assistance for employers, no-cost business consulting. You can see information on deferrals, a work-sharing program as an alternate to layoffs, business disruption loans, and how to conduct business operations and keep employees safe and anyone who's entering safe, all of our patrons. For employees, it provides information if you were laid off or had a reduction in work hours, how to file an unemployment insurance claim. If you are ill or quarantined, how you can file a claim for disability insurance. If you need to take care of a family member who is ill, the paid family leave claims. All of that can be found on that website. In talking to many businesses, their main priority is emergency capital and how they can get some relief. SBA, we had an SBA webinar just last week, and it was full. There is a lot of interest in the disaster relief loans. They are available for small businesses and private nonprofit organizations, private foundations. I won't go through every detail on the screen because I'm trying to keep some detail up here that people could take notes if they wish, anyone who's watching. But I think key to make note of is that anyone who had a disaster loan from the Thomas Fire, I believe it's even beyond just having an option to defer payment, that they'll automatically defer payment of your previous disaster loan if you were to apply again and need additional funding. So they defer payment to December of this year. In talking to our partners at the EDC and Women's Economic Ventures, there's extremely high demand for the loan funds, and many businesses have shared that it's hard to get on the website and to file. I mentioned the webinar was full, so there were a lot of concerns that they weren't able to get the instructions. And the best recommendation we can give is go online and try to get an application in. It's first come, first served in terms of reviewing those loan applications, and it's important to just get an application filed in there. That's a website that serves beyond our area, and it serves small businesses all across the country. So that's why there's such high demand. Also looking at access to emergency funds, Women's Economic Ventures, they do quick response loans. The Economic Development Collaborative that I just mentioned, they also provide loans. They have access to consultants at no cost, but just due to that overwhelming demand, they're taking appointments now in late April. So just to give a sense of how much interest there is. One of the most important things that a business owner can do right now is to defer expenses just to increase the cash flow. So those options for those who need that information, you can defer your sales tax and defer your state payroll tax. You can request a 60-day extension for both, and the information is on the screen. You must file a request, though, to do so. So a 60-day extension can be given, but you must file a request. Personal and business income tax, also they have deferred those payments to July 15th. Those were without penalties or interest, and no extension needs to be filed to qualify. I wanted to highlight, we recently convened, the mayor convened a small business recovery team of various stakeholders, business organizations, the EDC, WEAVE, property owners, business owners, some stakeholders from the real estate community, and it was a really good discussion just to start talking about the challenges different parts of our business community and our full ecosystem are facing, and how we start collaborating on solutions. So that was a great discussion.
By telephone?
And yes, of course, by telephone. It was a video conference call. And moving forward, we're going to be looking at ways to coordinate communication and how we identify some strategies that have the most impact. Now, staff wanted to recommend a few possible actions to also reduce expenses and help businesses with their cash flow needs. And with council's blessing, staff could begin implementation of these items and then return to council at the next scheduled council meeting on April 7th with official action. First, a deferral option for TOT payments. This would be applied to the March and April TOT payments, and that would help lodging establishments, hotels, basically have until June 10th to make those payments. That would assist 69 hotels with that payment. And then also looking at a waiver of the Parking and Business Improvement Area PBIA assessment. This would be due in April, and we'd be looking at waiving the first quarter payment that applied to January through March. This would correspond to a reduction in revenue of about $250,000 for downtown parking operations, but we feel we have sufficient reserves to offset that loss in revenue, and that would impact 1,000 businesses in freeing up that payment. And right now, parking is being provided free of charge to the community. So with that, we would look to the council to provide direction to the city administrator to return to council with formal action on April 7th for both of those items.
Yeah, just to clarify that, Madam Mayor, so it's our recommendation that we do this, and I think I can initiate it with the power that I have through the emergency order, but then we would return to you all to kind of confirm that. So I'm just kind of looking for general guidance to pursue that, but it is staff's recommendation. We did the bed tax deferral during the Thomas fire in conversations with Visit Santa Barbara. They felt that bringing that back would be very helpful to them, so they have requested that of us as well. And then the PBIA, just with downtown essentially shut down, we think that we should just waive those payments for this upcoming quarter and absorb that within the downtown parking fund. That concludes our formal presentation, but I also included Laura Doubles. She is here, and she can talk about the collaborative effort she's working on the homeless issue. So if you'd like her to come up now, we could ask her to do that.
This is a perfect time for Ms. Doubles, and then be taking notes. We'll take questions for Ms. Johnson. We'll take questions. Ms. Doubles, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and the Council. I'm Laura Doubles. I'm the Housing and Human Services Manager for the city, and I'm here this evening to just provide a little update on all of our services that are being provided for our homeless neighbors out there right now. In the past, of course, we've had a lot of governor's executive orders that have been signed, and there's been specifically two that have been very directed towards our homeless neighbors. And in these orders, they have asked us to kind of focus on certain areas. One is to expand shelter capacity to bring the unsheltered indoors, especially with the shelter in place right now. The other is to add isolation and quarantine capacities, and those are being pursued by using hotel and motel and possibly other private room options, and also to institute medically indicated interventions as well. So because of that, the actual lead that's been taken is from the county because they have public health, of course. So they're kind of overseeing what our initiatives are for the homeless. Last week, the state came and provided actual emergency funding. They had a $1 billion state bill, our Senate bill, for this emergency response of COVID. Out of that, they reserved $150 million for homeless. And how that breaks down is there was $100 million that was given for shelter expansion capacity, and $50 million was to go towards more of the motel and hotel, securing those rooms. So out of that $150 million throughout the state, the allocations were given down to through the counties and COCs. They're the ones that will be administering that. So our county is looking to receive a total allocation of approximately $674,000. In that respect, since the county is going to be the lead in public health, they also are going to be the lead as far as giving us direction on what shelter expansions they are going to pursue. Right now, they have actually secured Santa Maria High School for the North County, and that started 2 nights ago to offer the homeless ability to come in. They are actively searching for sites in Santa Barbara, but part of the problem is also needing volunteers to operate. So if you know of volunteers that may be able to help in that situation, and preferably ones that do have experience with this population, I can give you some information a little bit later on in my talk here on how they can reach out for that. As far as our city service providers, they have just been phenomenal. I am in contact with them on a daily basis. We have a set meeting that we all get on board, and we actually, SB Act has facilitated that collaboration for us, which has been wonderful. A few of the things that is going on right now, Home for Good is now using the Salvation Army kitchen to prepare bagged lunches. There's no longer any hot meal preparations, but bagged lunches are being prepared, and food is being given by the food bank as well as other donations. CityNet and AmeriCorps, they're still doing outreach out there. Very valuable resource for us and getting to people that really need some help. PATH and the Rescue Mission, Transition House, New Beginnings, Safe Parking, those are all kind of considered our shelters. Safe parking with vehicles, of course. They're all up and still open and running. However, with the requirements of the social distancing, they have been a lot more unable to accommodate any more visitors because their space is so limited that even what they had, they were worried about not being able to keep. When they worked with public health over that, they actually were okay with what they have, but were really at capacity. They do have expansion. PATH does. They have a CUP from us that allows them to expand an additional 100 beds during inclement weather. However, with this social distancing, they're only able to expand 50. So also, all of the service providers have been very much working together to actually support each other, and one will step up and say, hey, we're having a problem, we need this. The other ones are right there to help. We even had one of our providers that has donated a bunch of brown bags for the lunches, so that was very neat to see that collaborative. On March 22nd, the CDC actually came down with guidance for encampments. The guidance was actually to not clear encampments during this time. The reason for that is because there is a possibility of spreading the transmission of disease, both to them or to the community. But as well, a lot of them only have a way of communication to their case managers is through cell phones. And right now, there's no way for them to charge those cell phones. So if the encampments are cleared, they would be moving on from where their case managers know that they are, and they would lose track and not be able to assist. We also are actively working with the county right now on restrooms that are nearby the encampments, and CDC direction is to provide some that are close by on a 24/7 basis. So we are diligently working with the county on that to provide a path and a plan to possibly do that as well. I wanted to just give you a resource. We have established a web page on Santa Barbara County's HCD under their Homeless Assistance tab. That is a centralized web page that all of our service providers, the city, the county, everybody's putting every kind of information. CDC guidance is out there. The food bank has their information, where their sites are, what their operating hours are there. CDC has their guidance. We have an interactive map on that site that shows all of the public restrooms and hand washing stations. You can actually click on those and it will tell you the actual address and hours of operation as well. And there's also a link for donations of items that are currently needed as well. Just wanted to give a little bit of bright news in that the Santa Barbara Foundation, as well as United Way, has stepped up with a little over $1 million right now in grants to help. United Way is helping with individuals and families who have possibly lost their jobs or are going through difficult situations. They can apply for that. The Santa Barbara Foundation is actually giving grants to agencies for this, helping with the services that they provide to the homeless. So those are really good avenues to assist them through this horrible time as well. So, and I thank you. I am here for any questions.
Since you're up there, so the Santa Maria High School shelter would take South Coast homeless neighbors if need be. It's open to everyone in the county?
It is open to everyone in the county. They have capacity for 71.
71?
Yeah.
And the warming centers, unfortunately, could not open because of the virus concerns. There wasn't enough professional staff or enough space. Ms. Doubles, what happened there?
Yeah, unfortunately, they felt really bad about that, by the way. They put out a whole statement and everything that they really felt bad about not serving their normal service that they provide. But yes, there was a concern with protective equipment. It's very limited right now, masks and all of that. So that, and also sanitation supplies. They worked really hard with public health to try to remedy a lot of that. But ultimately, they were unable to open.
Okay, but I'm glad to hear the Rescue Mission and PATH are stepping up.
Yeah.
Your light's been on for Ms. Doubles? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Doubles.
Sure.
Just you answered most of my questions about portable restrooms, so those will be in place, and then with a map of where to find them, or the map is for public restrooms that are open?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Snedden, so the map that's currently on the HCD website, That actually is the current ones that are already public restrooms that are open on regular hours. So that would be like all of our public restrooms in parks and waterfront garages. Those, and then also hand washing stations, which the county has put out 20 from the last I heard. Not all 20 are in Santa Barbara, but throughout the county. And those sites are also listed on there.
Thank you. We've had emails, I think, about with so many businesses closed and open restrooms closed, that there's a higher need for portable restrooms.
Yeah.
And then I understand about not moving encampments. It's sort of like an eviction moratorium on encampments also. And if a neighbor who's experiencing homelessness should want to be in a shelter, do we have enough countywide beds that are distanced or separated enough from each other? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor and council members. And right now, a lot of the shelters are at capacity because of the social distancing requirement. So they unfortunately aren't able to take any more. If there is somebody that wants to have a shelter situation, we would be providing them kind of a wait list right now. And then as soon as there's availability, we can get them in. And then can I ask, how long is the wait list, or how short are we? Are we hundreds, tens?
Yeah, we are at max right now from what I've been told. Every day is a little bit different. It could be that somebody leaves the shelter and they may have a bed, but right now we are pretty much at full capacity. I might also mention that a lot of the staffing at these shelters, they've lost a lot of their staffing as well from this whole situation. Either that they have to provide their own care for their children or family, or that there has been some that have left because of they just can't handle working in this environment.
And then one more question. Thank you. If there was, if there was something to be worked out with, people talk about all kinds of things, dorms at UCSB or opening different gymnasiums. Would that be worked out through the county or through the city or a partnership?
Madam Mayor and council members, then yes, right now the county is actively seeking sites that they can open in South County as well. They have mentioned to me, though, that the need right now is actually the staffing for the operations of it. So that's kind of the problem that they're coming up against. So on that same website that I just talked about with the HCD, they actually have the contact that can be contacted for if we have volunteers that want to help with operations.
So, excuse me, so the issue isn't so much the spaces, it's the staffing to support those who would take advantage of the spaces.
From what I hear from the county right now, that's more of the problem is the staffing, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And they have reached out to the Red Cross to see if they could help. But Ms. Harmon and then Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Ms. Doubles. I have a similar question, I think, to Ms. Sneddon's question, kind of a follow-up. You stated that the state funding is $150 million with $50 million conditioned for motel/hotel purchases. Is the amount that was allocated to our county similarly, like some percentage of that has to go toward motel or hotel purchases for houseless people?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, that's correct. They try to kind of keep it as that allocation. So we're kind of like looking more at the 100 million pot that we would be able to use for expansion of shelter. But from what I understand, they are already asking for a lot more, even in that pot of money, for motels and hotels, because as you can imagine, those are very expensive.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Do you know whether the county has already moved forward with renting motel rooms and hotel rooms? I understand that setting up shelters requires significant staffing outlays, but for renting an individual motel room, and if we have funding conditioned for that, has that already been occurring? Are people already taking advantage of that? Do you know?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, yes, absolutely.
Is there a specific place that people should reach out to if that's, I mean, how do we connect people so they know about this?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, that actually goes through public health. Okay. So when they know of somebody that has tested positive or is having symptoms and they need to have them tested and they have to wait for the testing time, they will isolate them in these units.
Okay, so if I hear of a case where someone is exhibiting symptoms and feels that they have no recourse and they're a houseless person, I should send them to public health and they will have the resources to put them in a motel?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Mr. Friedman, for Ms. Doubles?
Thank you. Most of my questions, I had just one follow-up. Is the Father Virgil Cordano Center still open, or have they closed down due to staffing concerns?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, yes, they have closed because of staffing concerns, and yeah, they are closed right now. I have no further information on that, though.
It was a lot of people in there. I think social distancing would have really cut down their ability to give services.
It was a limited space, yeah.
All right, Ms. Doubles, thanks.
Thank you all.
Okay, any questions on Mr. Jordan? Other questions related to our topics today?
So I just have a question on TOT versus PBIA and waive versus, or defer versus waive. Is TOT eligible to be waived, or can it only be deferred because it's a voter issue?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure there's a legal issue on, I think it's a policy decision. During the Thomas fire, the thought process is that if people stay at a hotel, the customer has paid the bed tax on top of the daily rate, so it really is kind of due to the city. So we're trying to help out with the cash flow situation. Okay. Otherwise, it would be just additional money that the city won't be able to collect to fund our essential services.
Yeah, I guess so the ones I know, they've all been shut down for 2 weeks already, and they're anticipating being shut down for all of April anyhow. So, I mean, top of the slide to bottom of the slide, somebody's making the ask for $250,000, and top of the slide, it's just, we'll give you a cash flow thing, and that number might actually be smaller than $250,000. We don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Problem.
And Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, correct. I mean, it's only whatever they've collected is due to us. And so if they've been closed, then they don't owe us any money.
So, I guess, when would you know? Is it when you collect the money?
Yes, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, yes, we know at the end of the month there's a process. We collect TOT on a monthly basis from the hoteliers.
So I guess I'm just throwing it out there. It seemed to me too that the monies could possibly be less than the PBIA money, the TOT collections for part of March and all of April, and maybe it'd be more equitable also just when we're talking and trying to keep cash flow going, just keep cash in their pocket.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, I will only caution you that we ourselves are having severe cash flow problems, that we're going to burn through our reserves really quick and not have an ability to continue to fund police and fire and other essential services. So I think you got to be careful about which industry you're giving a deferral to. The PBIA makes sense because there is no business activity downtown. They're paying into the parking business for the 75-minute free. We're not operating. And quite honestly, your parking fund can absorb it more easily than I think your general fund can.
I get that, and I defer off to you, of course, but I just know the PBI people are going to pay the same rate for the next 3 months, but somebody's going to have to ramp up the efforts to get people to come back and park downtown. The hotel people are going to have to ramp up after this is too, but it's going to be their money that has to be used to ramp up to it. So I'm just trying to keep more money in their pockets for what's eventually coming.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, council members. Right? Yeah, although Visit Santa Barbara, I think, kind of feels they're the entity to ramp up the marketing efforts as opposed to the individual hotels, and that can be Kathy Janega-Dykes and their leadership will be asking you for funds to help with that ramp-up effort when it starts up
Fair
again.
enough. And then just kind of on the subject of wildly speculative rumors, I heard today that the federal government was going to require local employers to grant 2 weeks mandatory leave per employee, and that would be supposedly recouped by the employer through a credit on their unemployment tax over a series of months. Have you heard this? Is there any credibility to it?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, no, I haven't heard that detail. We've already, as a city, administratively gone ahead and granted 2 weeks paid leave off to all employees.
Right.
So I think we're already meeting that. If they're now going to give us an avenue to somehow recoup that, that's great.
Okay.
I will say what I did read today, the bailout package that was working its way through Congress did include money for local governments, but it was limited to cities of 500,000 or greater.
Right.
And so any financial relief may not be coming our way from that bailout package.
So I guess the worry there, of course, is for us, it's a paper transfer to send me home, right? I know somebody's got to pay for that eventually, but for a small employer, if that turned out true, it's actually coming up with the cash to give that person a paycheck because you sent them home with the closure notice kind of thing. And so it's just something to watch out for. So those are all my questions. So I don't have a problem with either one of those items. So if we get to that point, thank you.
Okay, before we go to Mr. Friedman and Ms. Gutierrez, I will tell you that the U.S. Conference of Mayors is lobbying the federal government to change that number, not 500,000. We need it to come down to 90,000 so that it would benefit the city of Santa Barbara to get direct relief. And we might just do it. So a lot of work to be done. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you. So, the other question I had was, actually, where did it go? I'll come back. I thought I wrote it down, but I can't find. Oh, I know what it was. I'm good with the two recommendations, but I also had a question regarding some of our tenants and the seasonal down the harbor, in particular. Some of the seasonal rent adjustments are coming up where their rents would increase, and are we looking at postponing that? Do you need council direction from that, or how'd that work?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, let me have the waterfront staff look at that. And I know they're talking with a lot of their tenants about some of those issues. I don't have an answer for you right now. We'll get back to you.
I should interject and ask if we have public comment on this item. So before we make deliberative remarks, let's go ahead. We're still on questions. So Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead with questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This question is more for staff, and I don't know if this is actually the time to ask, but with the social distancing, I know, like it was mentioned, there's people that walk their dogs. Can we do something where people don't pet dogs? I mean, they're not shaking people's hand, but they're actually petting the dog. And in my district, there has been an increase of youth out in the street and youth violence. Is there a way that we can also enforce the curfew for youth during this time? Is there something that we can put in place where we are a little bit stronger with that?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez, you're correct. We do have a curfew on the books. Because of federal case law, youth or juvenile curfews include a number of exceptions, like being out on an errand at your parents' direction, going to and from work, going to and from a school event. So that tool is in the toolbox for the police to use. We could look at it to expand it. For what it's worth, I've always thought of quarantines or limits on public gatherings as a form of curfew. So that concept is kind of built into what's going on statewide right now. But our ordinance is focused on minors.
And then as for petting dogs, maybe we can talk about that in some of our outreach. I think it could be a way to transfer germs. We could include that in some of our information outreach, or our social media as well.
Madam Mayor, let us check with the facts. When we communicate, I want to make sure we're communicating factually. So let us at least research and see if animals are able to transfer the virus or not, and if that's something to be concerned about. If it is, if we can find a resource like the CDC that advises against that, then we can message that to the community.
Any other questions?
It's more the reason that I asked the question about reinforcement of for the youth. It's because obviously schools are closed, and a lot of youth are out and about. At least in my district, not most of them, but we have seen increased cases of youth violence. And because on a normal basis, we have limited police officers on call, especially at night, and that are bilingual. I just want to make sure that during this time, our youth is safe and families can feel secure that if they, for some reason, they're working the night shift at Costco, their kids are going to be safe.
We can set up a meeting with the chief about enforcement during this time when students are out of school. You're right. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez, your light's on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I have a question. So with the UCSB dorms vacant, is there any way we could use some of their facility to house the homeless?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I remember on one of the phone calls I was on earlier this week that the county was asking the state representatives to assist in working with the UC to make those assets available. So I know that is on the radar of trying to acquire those, but it requires kind of state approval to get access to them. So I know they're pursuing that.
Okay. And when it comes to the marijuana dispensaries, I see that, people are going in there, touching the counter, not really keeping their distance. Is there any way we can have them just go to delivery?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I imagine through ordinance you could change their operating criteria. They are considered an essential, one of those 16 essential operations, I think from the medical standpoint is the consideration of them. So they are allowed to be open and operating like grocery stores and health clinics and such. We can certainly approach, we have such a finite number, we can approach them and make sure they're practicing the appropriate requirements for keeping a safe workplace. But I think if you wanted to actually close down the storefront component, that would require some sort of ordinance change on council's part.
You wouldn't have the authority of doing that?
I think the council could undertake it as an emergency regulation if you wanted to.
Mr. Gutierrez, I saw a news segment, so it was TV news, where they were talking about how they were maintaining their cleanliness. You and I can check on that if you like. You're right, we have 2 operating right now, which are the storefronts, and then 2 medical dispensaries, so 4 altogether. That would be a good thing for us to check on, if they're, how they're wiping down their surfaces. We should do that before we talk about changing the ordinance. That ordinance was pretty hard to get it into place to begin with. So,
Well, this is a state of emergency, so I understand it being a permanent thing compared to it being a temporary thing, because it's a public health issue, is what my concern is.
well, if you want to come with me and visit them, I'm up for that.
I went by there. I saw it myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, we can get back to that item a little later. The other issue is the gas stations. Is there any way we can have them be full service? Because people are touching the pumps and, dialing their PIN numbers into the machines.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez was kind enough to give me a heads up on that one. There's actually federal preemption, and it's something like the Petroleum Marketing Services Act that would prevent us from ordering them to full service.
Okay. Is there any kind of ordinance or regulation prohibiting people from spitting in public?
Yeah, I'm 90% sure we have that. I can check right now. They were fairly common in most cities. Hold on. I'm not finding it at the moment. I'd be happy to send the council a report by email on that issue.
Thanks. And that's all the questions I had.
Okay. Ms. Snedden, questions before we go to public comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I had a question about SCE planned power outages. Are those still going to be continuing during this time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I reached out to Rhonda Guthrie with SCE, and she said only those that are required from an immediate safety issue, that they would postpone any just kind of planned regular maintenance. So I don't know how that breaks down, but they're sensitive about trying to limit the amount of outages that are required for their maintenance work.
Okay, and thank you for looking into that. I'd just like to encourage them to really have them be necessary when we're sheltering in place. And then, is there a fund or a place, some people have asked, for either monetary or for food donations, people anticipating that there will be people who won't be able to afford food items? Is there a place for that?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, the Santa Barbara County Food Bank is accepting donations and also looking for volunteers. There's an increased need in the community for more food, so donations of food can be given to the food bank, and they are looking for more volunteers to deliver food to different sites.
Thank you. And then one more question about this. We keep hearing about the $100 million from the governor that's coming to all of us. Is this a real, we heard it in public comment and we've heard it in other comment? No. Okay.
That might be for...
Madam Mayor, yeah, and Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, that might be the homeless money. That certainly was announced, and that's what Ms. Doubles broke down, which came out to be about $650,000 for the county.
And that's just for homeless, not for housing insecure or preventing homelessness?
I'll let Ms. Doubles
It's homelessness
clarify.
and coronavirus together.
Madam Mayor
Okay.
and Councilmember Snedden, yeah, that is actually just for homelessness. I do know that there was a $1 billion emergency bill that the governor signed, but I was only speaking to the homelessness part of that. So as far as that's concerned, homelessness only has $150 million with the 50 that's going to the motels and hotels, securing those. That was allocated down through the counties and the COCs, and our portion here for Santa Barbara County was approximately $674,000.
Got that. Thank you. I thought there was another amount that was coming through, but I'll ask more on that separately when I have more information on it to ask. And then we don't have a meeting next week, and I'm just wondering for flow of information, will there be, and maybe we can talk about this later, but I would hope the public could have an update next week as well, even if we're not convening together. So we could maybe talk more about that, but what the plan for that would be.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Snedden, even without the council meeting, we'll continue with email updates to our full distribution list, and we're aiming for probably 3 times a week, but we've been issuing email updates more often, and social media updates. We are going to continue those each day.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll go to our public comment through the telephone. And we have 3.
Yes, Madam Mayor and council members, we have 3 and we are calling them right now.
Okay.
After they were on hold for a bit.
Madam Mayor, maybe while we pause and have a little intermission here while we get the people on the phone, I will just spread a little good news. Gibraltar Reservoir spilled, and so that's good news from a water supply, and Lake Achuma has increased by 2 feet with the recent rainfalls. So what was an extremely historic dry January and February, we did get some nice wet weather in March to kind of take the edge off of the water situation.
Good news. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first speaker, we are ready for you to speak in council chambers. Please state your name and read your comment. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start now, please.
Good evening. This is Anna Marie Gott, and I just want to remind the council members of our weekend and what we actually saw in our parks, along our beaches, in our schools, at our supermarkets, and around town, which was individual, not social distancing. I'll be sending you some photos of children in closed parks that are supposed to be closed, that are playing soccer. Children were at schools that are supposed to be locked down over the weekend, playing in basketball courts. You have restaurants that are still serving individuals alcohol, and they are sitting in their outdoor patios. You have individuals that are in groups, regardless of the shelter in place, regardless of all of your your demands for social distancing, that are not actually practicing. They are going out on group hikes. They are picnicking. And it's reprehensible that we do not have any enforcement that is actually going to these locations and actually making sure that people disperse. That is what you should be doing. And I really recommend that you ensure before the end of the night that there is new guidance to your police department, your park rangers, and your city staff, that what we require now is active enforcement. And if that means picking up a phone and making a phone call to a restaurant and telling them that they will be shut down if it continues, if it means using a loudspeaker to tell everyone in a park to leave, if it means any of those things, then it should be done. And finally, we should actually, instead of completely ignoring some of these individuals who are blatantly disregarding again and again all of the requirements regarding shelter in place and social distancing, we should be fining them. They are putting your health, my health, the health of the community at risk. And we shouldn't put up with it. You shouldn't put up with it, because the coming wave in this epidemic is going to kill people. Regarding individuals from outside of the community coming to Santa Barbara, that's 100% accurate. Regarding cleanliness at some locations and social distancing in lines, it's not happening, and you need to take action and do something. Thank you.
Very good. Right on time. Next speaker, please.
Hi, you're ready to speak to the City Council meeting. You will have 3 minutes. Please say your name and then your comment. Go ahead, starting now.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sebastian Aldana Jr. I'm doing my very best regarding the 6-foot distance from people. As I run my errands, it seems to me many people are not respecting social distancing. My question to you is, what are you doing to enforce or encourage social distancing? Please do what is necessary to get the word out and express its importance. Again, please continue this calling system or something similar. Even prior to COVID-19, residents were struggling and do not have hours to wait to be able to speak for 2 to 3 minutes. at city council meetings. Example today, I spoke on item 4 and 5. If I was at the meeting, how many hours would I have needed to be there? I believe I'd probably have to be there 4 or 5 hours. Anyways, thank you for your time.
Very good. Final speaker?
Hi, you're ready to speak to the city council meeting. Please say your name and give your public comment. You'll have 3 minutes. Please go ahead now.
Thank you. Hello, this is Sarah Cunningham. I'm calling with 2 points. First, I just want to make sure that we as a community are actively considering our neighbors who are undocumented. They won't be eligible for any federal relief, and we know that they'll need it. So please, let's make sure that this is an active part of our planning. Secondly, this is a more kind of pragmatic question or comment regarding social distancing. I'm a pedestrian, and I live downtown. And I've noticed that there are certain places, like, for example, when I need to cross under the 101 on State Street, which is a very confined space. So really any sidewalk, that there's no way to get away from somebody else and keep my distance. So I'm calling to request that perhaps if we are going to keep these, if we are allowed to walk to go get what we need and also allowed to walk to take exercise, that we perhaps set up one-way sidewalks where we can, and especially places like that are confined. And I was also hoping that we could talk about how we could help stores, especially the grocery stores, but also other businesses that are allowed to be open, to how do they practice social distancing. I live downtown, and I primarily shop at Ralph's, and I really feel like Ralph's has been super proactive. But again, I was there today, and I noticed when I was in the aisles, if you couldn't predict how the other customers were going to move, and if I wanted to maintain 6 feet, it wasn't always possible, even in talking with people, because you might get somebody coming behind you. So one idea I had again there was also one-way aisle that might be able, again, help us maintain this distance. I think people in general are really trying to maintain the distance, but we have places where we have a bottleneck, and trying to think strategically in ways that we can help both in the city streets for those of us who are pedestrians and don't have the cocoon of our car, and also for those of us as we're shopping in places, these are necessities. Of course, we need to go to the grocery store. Thank you so much for your time and for all of your work, and especially thanks for making sure that there will be no evictions due to failure to pay rent this coming couple of months and during these hard times. Thank you.
Thanks. So we're sure no one else is on the line there? Okay. So that closes public comment, and this would be the time for us to make our opinions on these 2 recommendations. And I'll just start by saying I'm really grateful for the comments for people suggesting that everyone practice better social distancing. And enforcement is one of those issues where we don't want to be a police state, and I think things will get more intense as the number of cases go up. Sadly, I think that's what's going to inspire some people to really take it seriously. But we can talk about what our park rangers do. I think our police force and our fire department, they're going to get maxed out pretty quick, but I'm open to, the floor is open. I certainly support both of these suggestions and all the other relief that the city has been doing. I got a street sweeping ticket the week before that went into place, just for, how did I get it? Oh, I was in my house on a phone call, and it was like, here it comes. And so I always imagine it's going to the library or something that I want the money to go to. But thank you for the street sweeping relief, and any other, Ms. Snedden, to these subjects.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am in support of these 2 formal actions, and really grateful, Mr. Casey, to the proactive measures you've taken all through the week. I mean, this looks like it's distilled down to these two, but we know that you're doing around the clock, that all of staff around the clock are working on keeping the city going and on morale and keeping us safe. So I'm very grateful for that. I actually really liked the caller's suggestion about one-way sidewalks and aisles in grocery stores. I mean, grocery stores will have to manage for themselves, but I think already implementing the fewer numbers in the store and having I know Trader Joe's has been really excellent about that. I think we did have some emails about farmers market. Maybe they could limit the number of people in the market at a time. The younger people who sort of think of themselves as invincible and are hanging out together at the beach and at spring break and spending time together because they think they're not as vulnerable. The contagion rate in that age between 20 and 38 is on the increase. So social distancing is for everyone. We all need to take part in doing that. But these two formal actions I'm in support of.
Thanks. And we do encourage the farmers market to take as many precautions as they can. They're staying open because they're a food source, just like a market. Even better because it's all good and fresh and healthy for you. But thanks. We'll go ahead and I know what I wanted to say about the Mayor's Small Business Task Force. We're breaking up into smaller groups, and any council member is willing to, if you're welcome to help. So Mr. Jordan, who's an insurance professional, is going to be on the small group that's working with helping businesses with their insurance questions and advocacy to the state and federal government to help us with some relief monies. And I really have to give Ms. Johnson credit, as well as Leslie Person and Amy Cooper. We were in a planning meeting for that Friday teleconference that we had, the bigger teleconference, and we discovered through Claire Brelio, an associate of Mr. Stensley, who was here last week, that the county of Santa Barbara was not eligible for small business administration loans because we hadn't put on file 5 applications from small businesses. So just that one meeting, and I think we really have to give Ms. Person the credit for getting Claire on the line, and Claire looked it up and boom, we got those applications in, and now the whole county small businesses are eligible for those loans. Just one meeting that we had. So I'm really, really grateful. Any of you interested also in a bigger teleconference that we'll have with Visit Santa Barbara? So that was a focus on small businesses, but the tourism industry wants to plan for the future. Obviously, we're not encouraging people to visit or travel at this point. Which is really the opposite of what we're used to doing. Very, very hard for us to put on the brakes and start doing something differently. But now would be the time to have meetings on how to help our tourism industry survive. My closing comments too are that my emails have been at least tripled since the emergency. And so folks, please have patience with us if we're trying to get back to all the emails and phone calls as quick as we can. So that's what I wanted to say too, that we're really trying to be responsive to the public. Ms. Gutierrez, you have some closing remarks on this item?
I just wanted to say that I would be willing to participate in working with the small business owners, especially the Spanish speaker ones.
Right. I think we're going to look with working with the Hispanic Chamber, and they're already working with SCORE. There's a lot of businesses that need to figure out how to go online and sell their things online. So that takes a little bit of expertise to help them do that. You had something, Mr. Jordan?
Can I make a motion?
Oh, we need a motion. Any other
so-
discussion before we make a motion? Okay.
Or you could discuss after.
Oh, please go ahead.
I'll just move those 2 items.
And a second from Ms. Sneddon. Any discussion? You have a comment, Mr. Friedman?
I'm going to support it, but I just wanted to say one is for the public, a great resource is the Johns Hopkins website, which is coronavirus.jhu.edu. It's where a lot of our experts go, and they have a lot of information, not just on the virus, but a lot of the economics, the political, all those things. And there's a lot of web podcasts and others. So it's a tremendous resource, and just wanted to get that out there.
If there's no other questions or comments, we'll vote on this motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes. So we'll close with thanks to our staff who've been with us all afternoon and part of the evening. And we'll go to the next item, which is us reporting on meetings that we've gone to, or events. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would be interested on the Visit Santa Barbara discussions that you have. But in terms of this week, most have been canceled. We did do a Beacon conference call for next year. That's the only one I have this week. And then two other things I just want to close in. I do have a quote for this week from a book I read a few years ago called Delicious Foods by James Hanahan. And I just came across the quote randomly, but I thought it was something, and a lot of people liked it, that I shared it with. And he wrote, God makes 3 requests of his children. Do the best you can where you're at with what you got now. I thought that was something that resonates now. And then I also want to close this meeting, if we can, in memory of Harlan Bacardi. He is a representative on ID1, and he was their representative to the Central Coast Water Authority, who passed away a little over a week ago. He was 87, and he was the longest serving member of the Central Coast Water Authority board member.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, a report on your activities?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we also participated in a COMB conference call. These are essential operations for our county and our water supply, and they're in we've just recently done an emergency assessment plan, and all is in order there, and continuing in operations. And just to second that about Harlan Bacardi, is a true water buffalo, and over 50 years, I think, serving, and I think a true honor to him to close in his name too. Also participated this morning on a legislative call. It was I'm not exactly sure where the invitation came from through Holly, and it was mayors from cities and council members from all across the country with various questions about COVID response, and it was very informative, and that's where I learned that new number of the growing number of contagion in that age 20 to 38, younger people who believe themselves to be invincible. So just another message about washing hands is still the most effective way to break the virus. And then just another note, I signed up for deliveries this week from Farmers Market, fresh produce delivered, and then got hooked, fresh local sustainable seafood delivered, and there's a lot of extra surplus that needs to be delivered out to people. So just considering if you're signing up for delivery options to choose local options, and that that can also help local businesses carry through this time.
My activities, most of my meetings were canceled. The Air Pollution Control District and SBCAG, the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, those did meet last week. SBCAG talked about the census. That's still going forward. Boy, I've got my fingers crossed that turns out well and that we get all the counts that we need. And we also talked about a grant application for the 101 expansion program. At the Air Pollution Board, we reviewed the health officer's job performance, and also that LEAF program is happening where there's grant monies for people to exchange their gas-powered leaf blower for electric. So still an issue, even though we're dealing with very serious matters. And I guess I will just take this opportunity to emphasize again to anyone who's listening to stay at home and to leave your home on very rare occasions. And that means shopping, getting your prescriptions or medical care. And it's up to all of us to do our best to stay at home. The callers who are calling in are absolutely right. If you're going out, please maintain that 6-foot distance or even greater. And please don't panic. Our city is working for you. We might not be having a meeting next week, but as you've heard, our offices are functioning. Our first responders are working cooperatively with county public health. The homeless service providers are very busy right now trying to protect the health of our homeless neighbors, and that protects the health of all of us. So please continue to contact us with any questions that you have. And if it helps you, we will worry for you. If you can take a break from the worrying, please do, because that's our job, is to worry and look out for your health. And we'll close the meeting. Is the name Harlan Bacardi? And blessings to Mr. Bacardi's family. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.